The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Well-Being.
You've likely heard the terms anti-white or anti-whiteism, which is defined as thoughts, actions, and policies hostile to white people. But is it just a passing fad, found on social media and American colleges, or a serious issue that should concern Australians? Well, if it is a serious concern, we would expect to find examples of anti-whiteism spread throughout Australia's major institutions. Let's look at these institutions to see if this is in fact the case, starting with education. Students in a Melbourne high school were asked to stand up if they were white, male and Christian and were labelled oppressors. Healthcare. The nursing board required all white nurses to apologise for their white privilege before treating Aboriginal patients, under a new code they described as a decolonising model. Politics. A member of parliament referred to a man as a, quote, white little cunt outside a Melbourne business. Entertainment. The host of a popular reality TV series condemned the show as, quote, incredibly white. Sports. Football fans were told at an AFL semi-final that the Welcome to Country ceremony was not for white people. These are just a few examples of anti-whiteism in Australia, which typically receive very little coverage, if any at all. Subsequently, there's a total lack of accountability or addressing the root cause. So should anti-whiteism concern us? Well, in the case of Dreamtime people, it's widely accepted that without a sense of pride and strong connection to their history, their culture, and their community, they are often fated to a life of hopelessness and self-destruction. White people are no different. When we're told that we must feel ashamed of our history, that we are collectively guilty, that we have no history or culture and are the villains, the consequences are the same. Anti-whiteism fuels problems in our community, such as broken families, drug abuse, mental illness, suicide, porn and gaming addiction, and the general opting out of a society to which they feel they don't belong, and it's especially harmful to our children. But it doesn't have to be this way. There are practical ways you can combat anti-whiteism in your daily life using the Go Free method, which won't harm your personal or professional relationships or be misunderstood as hateful. We will cover this in a future video.
In a world that's trying to tear us apart, they throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts, and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have a they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. My God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
You know we will, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have our home because it is Sunday, and this is Church of the West. You wouldn't want to miss it for your life. Featured stories today: left-wing violence now rolling boil, Charlie Kirk's memorial, shootings, bombers, furries, and Kimmel. Go for your lesson of the day. The anti-white narrative. We continue on that where we left off. Your comments and questions, and then there is this. It's strange to work in a hospital. In one room, there's a father holding his son for the first time. In another room, there's a son holding his father for the last time. And in another room, there's a guy with a TV remote up his ass. Circle of life. We're going free, ladies and gentlemen. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia, across from Mordor on the Potomac, 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. Let me say hello over here on these other platforms so that folks can tag me. A big hello over there on Premium Rumble. A big hello over there on D-Live. A big hello over there on Odyssey. Some of the platforms that you can reach out to me on, including right here live on Twitter, as we see champions already showing up. Please, per favore, give a like, a retweet, a quote tweet, a share on Gab, a share on Facebook, a share on D-Live, a share all across the board so that we can reach people in service to white well-being with the glorious message that we have here to share with them over the course of the gathering. If you tag me as No White Guilt, @ No White Guilt across any of these platforms, people will highlight your messages and automatically, and I will see what you are saying. You're tagging me @ No NWG isn't going to do it, just NWG, just Jason. Not likely to see it, I'm afraid. Tag me as No White Guilt. If you would like to financially gift while we are together today on this glorious Sunday, what hemisphere are you in on planet Earth? That is how big the church for white well-being is, the Church of the West. What hemisphere are you in today? Are you in the northern hemisphere? Are you in the southern hemisphere? Wherever you are, it's good to have you with us. You can financially gift while we're here together at the app that permits cash, and you can find that in the description below, as well as nowhiteguilt.org. Also on Subscribestar, be keeping my eyes on both of those, and I will read what you have to say and questions, comments, whatever they might be. Also, you can head on over to Entropy in the description below on YouTube. And you can, that of course is a Do Bro Moment platform. You can financially gift there. You can also jump into the Tall Kevin chat widget, and you can jump into that widget and it won't scroll away, whatever you have to say. You can head on over, of course, to Premium Rumble, up and running gloriously. Odyssey up and running and D Live up and running. It's all looking wonderful. That does appear to be the case. Yes, it is. Let me just make sure over here. Yes, it is. And on all of those platforms, you can financially gift on D Live. You can financially gift on Odyssey. You can financially gift on Premium Rumble. Financially gift on Entropy. You can head on over to nowhiteguilt.org. And you can click on the financial gift tab and you'll see all of these and other options. Perhaps you would like to get on the honors roll call, maybe even work your way up to the all-stars of the honors roll call. And those are individuals who financially gift every single month automatically without even having to give it a single thought to it, because that is how pure their spirits are. Ladies and gentlemen, you could do that there. You can also find the 5 cryptocurrency wallets that I use. And if you would like to financially gift me there $1 or the equivalent thereof. I will read it on Sunday, the subsequent Sunday, and I will say, hey, I received this. And then you can financially gift whatever it's going to be. Thank you so very much for that. You'll also find the snail mail address. You can reach out to me there. You can write me letters. You could write me poetry. You could write me with money. You could do whatever you'd like to do. God bless you and thank you for all the work that you do in service to white well-being. If you would like to donate by way of a 501c3 to the Foundation for White Wellbeing.com, we deeply appreciate it. That is the premier entity in service to white well-being and antagonistic to no groups of human beings whatsoever, serving white well-being. And what does that mean? Arresting the victimization of Western kind on the basis of our birth. And don't you want to be a part of that? If you're a good person, you do want to be a part of that. What an awesome commercial we started off at the beginning of this gathering for, at the very beginning of the stream, the Australia GFC champions. Let's give those guys some big salutes for the hard work that they're doing in service to white well-being. Thank you so very much, you heroes. Down under, the heroes down under. If you head on over to nowhiteguilt.org, you'll also see some options for buying of the books that I've authored and so many other really cool things. Chat GPT that is specifically targeted by way of the great Fornul to work with the first edition, at least, of Go Free that was on Amazon, and it will answer your questions. We've got games, we've got video games, we've got music, original music. We've got it all here because we have wonderful people coming to the service of white well-being, and that is the light atop the mountain that is drawing all that is good and repelling all that is objectionable. Right now we have, as you all might be aware, right now, the Charlie Kirk Memorial Service is underway, and we will be checking in and out to see how they're making out over there. Right there, you can see Don Jr. Claimed to be over, or roughly 300,000 have shown up to the stadium inside and out.
Gives me great comfort, because 11 days ago, as a cowardly assassin crawled on his stomach to end Charlie's life on Earth, I'm betting Charlie saw the Son of God standing tall to welcome him home.
Look at that. Look at that. The great Brand Danger is in the house. There he is. Big salutes for the Brand Danger. Yes, the Unifier is here. Dennis is here. The Tree Godfather is rocking it. Great to see you there. Stumbling is here. Cockatoo is here. Kaiser is here. Problematic Biospirit is here. Great to see everybody. Sonia and all. This, of course, is the memorial service for Charlie Kirk, assassinated by an anti-white, and just days ago, as Don Jr. was pointing out. And let's tap in again for another brief second. We're going to keep rolling with our gathering today. A lot of stuff to get to.
Not only as a mother, but in stepping forward to carry on Charlie's mission as the CEO of Turning Point USA. Charlie always brought out the best in all of us. When Charlie first said to me during the 2016 campaign, "Hey, let's start doing events on college campuses," I was like, whoa, seriously? Come on, man. We've given up on that. We're going to let those kids grow up, and we'll get them when they start paying taxes. But he convinced me to give it a shot.
All right, let's roll into our news. Like I said, we'll be keeping an eye on that for the totality of the remainder. It's already been underway for several hours. There have been musicians and music and prayer, and people are very happy to be there to remember Charlie and to support Erika. Okay, thank you for that. I will... Diamond Girl. What is going on with my monitor today? I can't see. That's what it says. Good to see you. And Garlos is here. Good to see you. NoWhiteGuildCollectibles.com. The Great Brand Danger is pointing out you'll find my books that you can acquire with a signature. You'll also find other items, t-shirts, stickers, things of this nature. Cindy Ben is here. Samuski. Remember that you want to put the chat on YouTube on live chat. Justin is here. Good to see you. The Nameless One is here. Alston is here. Panda is here. Jay Bishop is here. Daz is here. NWG Classics in the house. All right. I was alerted to possibly some conversation, but I'm not finding anything. But I will keep a look at as we get into. You probably have heard that Donald Trump was moving forward with a program that would pretty much shut down H-1B visas. It was going to be $100,000 per visa. And of course, the business community went crazy. We, of course, not we, the general white population, the MAGA general white population, implicitly white sympathetic, they were very happy about this because they said, my God, yes, it's finally going to shut it down. We're going to shut down this H-1B, send them back, whether legal or illegal, send them back. We're not for white erasure of any form, whether people in power want to call it legal or otherwise. We object to it. Well, wouldn't you know? White House tries to tamp down corporate panic for high-skill visa holders after last-minute overhaul. Why would they get nervous anyhow? 600,000 Chinese are coming in, remember? The Trump administration announced Friday that H-1B visas will now come with a $100,000 annual fee. But the White House says it will only apply it to new visa applicants. And of course, keep an eye out for the loopholes. We're going to be talking, I think there's somewhere on here, it's the HLB visa? We'll have to look it up when we get to it. But we talked about it before. It's the way that they move in far more non-white people than you would even realize when you're focused on the H-1Bs. Because in that scenario, in fact, they exploit it. In fact, there are Indians that make videos and TikToks about how to get to America, how to get in America. And they tell you specifically, don't try to go the H-1B visa route, use this other route, this other avenue, because core international companies can move whole workforces over to the United States. How do you like that? Not like this Indian here or that Chinese guy there. No, we just grab like all of the employees that are working for X corporation in India and just bring them to the United States. That's some significant white erasure. So once again, you see there's a little bit of good and then a lot of bad. President Donald Trump's new $100,000 fee for high-skilled visa holders only applies to new applicants, not current visa holders. So, white man, you still don't get to have a job. You still get to be out of work. You still get to be white erased from your job. Not current visa holders who may travel outside of the U.S., according to the White House. The President H-1B announcement on Friday immediately spurred chaos, with companies and immigration lawyers warning travelers to return to the U.S. before midnight on Sunday, when the new policy is scheduled to kick in. So they were worried that they would have to pay $100,000 to come back. No, of course not. No. You'll still get to you'll still get to be part of the gigantic white erasure of the white male workforce in the United States. And then you wonder why shit doesn't work. You wonder why everything's breaking down. You wonder why you're mistreated when you call for any sort of assistance at any sort of business. You wonder why the power goes out more often, why it stays out longer. You wonder why there are warnings about don't drink the tap water this week. You wonder why all of these things. And in the 50s, there was no such thing. It chugged along. Could you imagine if that white population, if we had remained at 90+% white, where we would be today? How clean the tap water would be? How perfect would the electricity be? There would be nobody on the other end of the phone that would give you an attitude when you needed help with whatever it might be. The White House official granted anonymity to discuss the policy, pointed to language in the proclamation that says aliens whose petitions are accompanied or supplemented by a payment of $100,000, meaning the payment is only required for new filings. And then we'll be reading from Politico in another month or 2 months or whatever it is, or some other site, about how there's this sweet little loophole here and sweet little loophole there. You're not going to be able to address this with this implicit white sympathy, with this implicit America was great when, wink, wink, when it was white. You're not going to be able to get to the kind of outcome that we need to not be white erased, that we need to not be victimized, that we need to not be shot in the throat or to be stabbed in the throat for being white, for troubling anti-whiteism, for undermining and if you think about this, what was Charlie Kirk, of course, doing? He wasn't some sort of pro-white guy in any sense of the word. We did get him to start using anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure. Thanks to this community and the epic efforts of those swashing here, we did get him to do that. I really have to love. And when I say love, I mean I would like to physically maul those who claim that when they talk about Jews and how much they hate Jews and how everybody should hate Jews all the time, that as a consequence of that, Charlie Kirk started talking about this is anti-white and this is anti-whiteism. No, you garbage human beings. No. He starts talking about anti-white, anti-whiteism, white erasure, the specific concepts that we're pushing because we're putting them on his plate and because it's a moral thing to do. And he saw, like many millions of others, 300,000+ at this stadium, white people, are able to adopt that moral positioning. Not what these idiot garbage human beings are talking about. Oh yeah, we moved an Overton window about being able to talk. Meanwhile, 1992, Montel Williams, and they have guys on Montel Williams' stage, and this was happening all the time, being given respect. Montel Williams gave them respect, said the Holocaust was fake. The Jews control the government. Jesus, what was that guy's name? Ed. His name came to me the other day. I remembered another guy, a religious guy that had a colossal. The reason I remember him was because back in the day before the internet, there were mailing lists, and all of these different groups used to fight over the mailing lists and which people were real and which people were fake and who had the most legitimate. And I mean, the guys over at Inspiration, they had like one of the biggest mailing lists that was legitimate. The guys over at American Free Press, they had one of the biggest mailing lists that was legitimate. And this guy, he and his wife, and he was like a preacher, His name will come back to me. They had a colossal mailing list, just thousands and tens and tens of thousands of people. And this guy went and made videos all the time. This was back in like 80 what? And he made videos all the time. It was 1985. Tens and tens of thousands of white people that were following this guy and his wife. And they were making videos standing in D.C. at the Capitol building talking about AIPAC controlling the country. And you all come along, all of these Zoomer losers and these other losers, and they show up and they're like, nobody's ever been able to talk about this before. It's the most amazing thing. And what? Charlie Kirk started saying anti-whiteism? Well, we did that by talking about Jews. Shut up. You didn't do shit. Get some respect. So here you have it. In another month or 2 months, we'll be being told about all the loopholes in this. So if you want outcomes, America, Western civilization, you're going to need outcomes that benefit the white race by ending anti-whiteism and thereby benefiting everybody that lives in Western civilization. You're going to have to vote in people that are white positive, that are able to say the name of our race, that are able to say, as easily as it is for them to say, no one should discriminate against Jews. No one should discriminate against blacks. No one should discriminate against whites. You're going to need them to be able to say that if you're going to want to have outcomes that aren't strewn with loopholes for business bastards, anti-white bastards, to take advantage of to continue the white erasure. It doesn't apply to anyone who participated in the 2025 lottery. Unreal. To start off with a little bit of comedy, let's head on over to Milo, and then we're going to get into some quick news and some laughs. Let's see if there's anybody new over here. Nope, we got it all. Yeah, I think we shared. Seamus reposted. Hails, yes, God bless you, brother. The great sloths over here reposting as well. We shared that a little earlier. Milo says, I hate being lied to. And what is this about? It's that I guess a coroner, somebody came out and said there wasn't an exit wound. And the number of these conspiracy theories, I really got to tell you all right off the bat that when I told you at the beginning of 2025, it already was underway, of course, and we talked about it. But I said by the beginning of 2025, January, I told you specifically, no more believing anything on the internet. For all the reasons I listed it all, you can go back and watch it then. No more believing anything on the internet. My prediction here has come true in spades 100 times over. Just 100 times over in spades. Because you have grifters of every imaginable type that are spinning the wildest yarns online. And some of them, because it benefits other grifters across the internet, are making some headway. Some of them are gaining some steam as a consequence. And so, of course, now we have the Charlie Kirk assassination. It's very simple. If you want to be productive for white well-being, if you want to end the victimization of the white race, then it's very simple. The murderer, Tyler Robinson, is the murderer. He is the murderer. It's not somebody else. It's not some weird bounce the bullet off of here, bounce it. Were there other muzzle flashes? Is there a trap door under the stage? And all of this other kind of stuff. An anti-white, and specifically reared in a family that had all the prerequisites for perfection, according to conservatives. All the prerequisites to a perfect tax-paying livestock American. Everything was there. Everything was there, and yet anti-whiteism won out again. Kind of like you need something else. The go-free dialogic. Exactly. So everything was there. He becomes anti-white as a consequence of imbibing anti-whiteism from the milieu, from the environment, from the internet, from the billboards, from the movies, from the commercials, from magazines. He's everywhere imbibing anti-whiteism and then contributing to anti-whiteism. He decides he's going to go murder. Now, the only other investigations that need to be conducted, as far as I'm concerned, is into what other anti-white networks are there? How many other anti-whites knew about that he was going to be killing Kirk, etc.? Did he need help? He didn't need any help to pull this off. What kind of vegetables wheeling around in a wheelchair think that you need help to pull off what he did there? Zero. You need zero help to do that. Zero. So you want to be productive for our race and put an end to our victimization? Then reject every single one of these conspiracy theories. All of them are irrelevant. All of them are a waste of your time. All of them refocus you someplace that is not on productive steps for white well-being, doesn't it? It's almost as if, these people who want to talk about the they and the cabal and the elites, as they love to call them. These people who they never stop to think for a moment that, how do you know that there aren't anti-whites that want to misdirect you from the obvious to get you wound up in something that is not only not beneficial, but probably deleterious, but likely pernicious, but actually is injurious? How do they know that that's not happening? Of course, they know for certain whatever they find entertaining. So here we have you all heard this yet? Oh, I see. All right. So there was a slogan that was used in the live chat that was created by a prisoner that we don't use because it doesn't represent what those words mean. It represents everything else associated with the person who created that slogan and therefore the villain in the anti-white narrative. So we don't use that. So here you have surgeon says Charlie Kirk's body stopped the bullet in absolute miracle that saved others. I don't think the bullet would have struck anyone else from the angle of the trajectory. But here you have Milo retweeting this and saying he hates being lied to. So the claim is that it couldn't have been a 30-06 because it would have gone through his, it would have gone all the way through his neck and not been arrested by his spine. I had to think about this for about a 100th of a second just to come up with one way that the round could have stopped. And that is hand loading the round in order for the projectile to be, to not cause the sonic crack. So if he did attempt to do that, then the round would have been more than slow enough to stop. In fact, the bullet probably would have tumbled if the guy had the shot and he actually pulled the trigger at the right place, maybe trying to hit Kirk in the head. It ends up hitting him in the neck. That would be evidence of the bullet tumbling from going slower than it was meant to go. And yet he didn't weigh out the measurement right. And so the bullet went just fast enough for there to be a sonic crack. That's one way that could happen. This is the conspiracy theories that will just never end. They'll never end. And so we understand that here. And that's why we ignore all of this and move forward with what's productive. You think about all the big arguments that are taking place right now among people that have no power to do anything whatsoever. They with that subject matter, but they do have power if they're going to be white positive. They do have power if they're going to implement the lexicon and the dialectics in their life, but they won't do that. They won't do that because that's work, because that takes courage, because that takes self-reflection. They're not going to do that. They would rather sit around and debate whether or not or to what degree Israel was involved. Back to stocking the shelves, buddy. Get back to crunching those numbers. Get back to putting those beer cans on the shelf. Nobody cares what you think. But I can imagine, though, that anti-whites who are devious and hold power here or there would love nothing more than you talking about garbage like that. I can't believe how dumb the population is. But I mean, it's not a surprise to the folks in this community. Let's jump into some quick news, ladies and gentlemen. And we will see. Is this over here? Let me pull this back for a second. We'll throw up the quick news. And we'll get rolling. Quick news and laughs.
Captain Kirk in a white beater shirt, beer in hand and mud on his boots. Hollering loud about the warp drive broke, y'all were stuck in this galactic hooch. Spikes on the porch here sharp as knives, sipping sweet tea, calculating life. Says Jim, that ain't logical, you're just drunk. But Kirk hollers back, Spike, hold my scum. Beam me up, Bubba, this trailer's on fire. Scotty's grilling hot dogs with the plasma wire. We're boldly going where no rednecks gone, in a double wide spaceship with a rebel song. Bones is yelling, I'm a doctor, not a chef, as he fries up some gator on the meth lab deck. The herd's got the CB talking smooth as silk, says we got Klingons stealing all our milk. Chekhov's fishing in the kiddie pool, swears the catfish is a Russian Jew. Zoodle's riding shotgun on the mower deck, and tribals keep clogging up the septic tank. Beam me up, Bubba, this trailer's on fire. Scotty's grilling hot dogs with the plasma wire. We're boldly going where no rednecks gone, in a double wide spaceship with a rebel
song. All right, we got to keep moving, folks. It's fun, but we got to keep moving. Be right. The formula that never has to change.
He said, I'm going to murder your wife and baby.
Give it up for stop anti-whiteism. So as a
consequence of not having a people, we have this.
So this guy just said he wanted to murder our baby as we were walking past. And now they're going to put him under arrest.
Now, at that point, if a guy says he wants to murder the baby, what can we in this community know instantly? What's the one thing? We don't need to know anything else. White couple walking down the road with their little white baby, and somebody comes up and says, I'm going to murder your baby and your wife or whatever. We instantly know he's anti-white.
Amen to that. Husband, oh my, aren't you pretty? Waitress, why, thank you, sir. Wife, tell her about your erectile dysfunction, George. Husband, allow me to introduce you to my erectile dysfunction. Her name is Margaret. He ended the debate. If a woman sleeps with 10 men, she's a slut. But if a man does it, he's gay. He's gay. Check him out. Alleged Charlie Kirk assassin Tyler Robinson played furry porn video game. This is being reported everywhere. What is it called? Furry Slayers? Gay or something? Ugh. 11 politicians arrested in New York for obstructing an ICE facility.
I am here to ensure that we protect all our fellow constituents.
We shall not be moved. No, they're absolutely not a cult. Why would you think that?
It is not illegal to be undocumented. We shall not be moved.
Why would you think that? We shall not be moved. This is completely illegal. High school teens, Stratford High School team forming a TPUSA club were doxxed by adults, sharing the students' internal group me content. Wow. So the teachers there doxed the teenagers that were starting a TPUSA club at their high school. Governor Cox says about Utah, we have to find out how this happened. Utah, I guess in Utah, we have one of the highest rates of transgender youth. Anti-whiteism targeting the whitest of states. Hey, the norms of male, the norms of female, the norms of relationships are under attack. Do they belong to the world? Do they belong to did the norm relationship fairy drop? No, they're our norms. This is happening to us. And everything that the white race touches as a consequence is collateral damage. But we are the target. Stop talking about the world, losers. Breaking. Candace Owen releases an unseen photo of Tyler Robinson at a Dairy Queen in Orem after the shooting. This is another thing, conspiracy theory thread, where they're like, can you believe he went to get food? Couldn't be the shooter then. Couldn't be. Could never do it. And then I turned on this one. I get recommended all these people by YouTube that are total cuck losers. This like hillbilly with guns hanging all over the walls behind him. And he's like, no, couldn't be him. He couldn't have been the shooter. This is just like that guy in New York, he says. It's just like the guy in New York, and he went to a McDonald's. Yeah, he is guilty of it. He's being charged with it as well. Mangione, he's being charged with it. But yeah, when after shooting someone, you probably are not in the mind of going and making a big meal at home. You're probably not thinking, yeah, I'm going to head on over to the grocery store and complete my list of ingredients here for that beautiful meal I plan on making. In fact, if anything, after the adrenaline crash, after doing something like that, he was ravenous. But these people saying, how could he murder someone and then just go get food? How could he murder someone is the question. If he could do that, then he could go get some food. Unbelievable.
Reporter is now reporting that not only did Jimmy Kimmel go live on air and lie about Charlie Kirk's killer, he had already written an opening monologue for his Wednesday night show that doubled down on it. Advertisers were already calling to pull their sponsorships. Local broadcasts were threatening to drop the show. And that is when Disney realized they could no longer keep putting this dude on air. Not because of Trump's FCC, not because they're...
See, isn't that a problem? Maybe you all remember many years ago, I was still on a show with another guy. And on that show, and in the following gathering that I hosted, I talked about how a proper president who cared about the white race would just pull the licenses of all of these media entities. The first time I made that argument, though, was all the way back in 2001 when I told the conservative central nervous system that I was working at, hey, let's recommend pulling the licenses of all of these media entities if they're going to continue being anti-white. So regrettably, Trump is not using the FCC to pull the license on ABC and other holdings of Disney. This really is coming down to the Kimmel show is garbage. Fewer and fewer people are watching it. And then he had to go and do something as disgusting as he did.
Anti-free speech, but because he was a liability to their company. It has not been a good week for left-wing narratives. These things are falling apart faster than Nancy Pelosi's face. Here's the simple truth. You guys have screwed up, and you know it. Your hateful ideology led to a man getting shot in the throat, and that wasn't a good look, so the shooter had to be MAGA, and then a neo-Nazi, and then some lovesick kid. And then your side cheered about it, and that wasn't a good look, so you had to pretend like it wasn't happening. And now you're trying to make some martyr out of Jimmy Kimmel like he was just out there speaking his truth, and Trump is a fascist who hates free speech. When it turns out Jimmy Kimmel is a liar that even Disney didn't want to be associated with. It is not our problem that you cannot deal with what your garbage worldview has created. That's not a Trump problem. It's not a Republican problem. It's not a democracy problem. That's a you problem.
And that you is anti-whites. Well said, lady. How about this for a little bit of enjoyment? You know, the anti-whites love getting in front of, especially the females, in front of law enforcement. Well, it's going differently. That's funny. She wasn't hurt, though. She wasn't hurt. But she wasn't the only one. There's this one here as well. She thought she would get in the way. Now, we abhor and reject violence. So we recommend that you not get in front of law enforcement, in particular ICE, when they're trying to do their work. You know, here's the thing. If I got in front of law enforcement while they're trying to do their work as a healthy white man, they would beat the ever-living shit out of me. You know what? When I was a teenager, law enforcement beat the shit out of me. So I know for sure they would beat the shit out of me now. Maybe don't get in the way of the work they're doing. Love seeing the anti-whites get what they deserve. How about this? Here is Elizabeth Warren with Ermia Fenanian. And this is the woman that they're saying is the head of the trans terrorist network that is being investigated. Now, that's all being reported, yet to be proved. But here she is all the way up at the top with an American Indian, Elizabeth Warren. I told you, so many of you all know, of course, in this community, anti-whiteism and the violence of anti-whiteism, the arguments of anti-whiteism, the pretext of anti-whiteism, they are all the way to the top, all the way to the bottom. You defeat anti-whiteism, you defeat both of these characters. Of course, you may have seen at Starbucks, so many of the anti-whites at Starbucks doing things like refusing to write Charlie Kirk as a name, but also writing insults on the cup as well. This woman had Charlie, and they wrote Charlie as the name for this girl, but then underneath of the sleeve, they wrote an insult to her. Anti-whiteism everywhere. We're living in the anti-white narrative. That's why it's the lesson of the day. Of course, you may have seen Destiny has been briefly demonetized on YouTube after being kicked off of TikTok. He'll probably be allowed back on. And the great biospirit of the West getting it right here. Not good enough. Deplatform that nasty anti-white scum permanently. Yes. A vigil for Charlie Kirk in Massachusetts had to be canceled because of threats of violence. That's what anti-whites do, so don't act surprised. This is where the cucks out there are like, can you believe it? But yeah, we absolutely can. These two females, you may have seen this, destroying the impromptu memorial to Charlie Kirk. They went out there, she cussed, they both cussed, they stamped on the things, they tore up images and stomped candles into the ground. Well, they both have been arrested, so good for them. This is now it's a rolling boil, folks. It's all over the country.
You guys remember this girl?
Let's all join hands and bow our heads in thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk. Thoughts and prayers for Charlie Kirk.
He was shot in the throat and geysered blood from his throat with his wife and children there.
Thoughts and prayers. Thoughts and prayers.
Well, this is her now.
My life has been completely turned upside down, and I have been thrown into what I can only explain as literal hell. My address was leaked. Calls and negative reviews started pouring in by the thousands. MAGA protesters have shown up to my house, driven through my private neighborhood, sent me hate mail, left notes on my boyfriend's office, and my own neighbor has offered to share my whereabouts with the internet. Yes, you heard that correctly. My neighbor has offered to share my whereabouts.
I just have one thing to say. Thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers, thoughts and prayers.
Bomb threat at RFK's home. That just happened.
Breaking news, gunfire struck the ABC 10 television station in Sacramento this afternoon, shattering a lobby window with at least 3 rounds. Sacramento police quickly classified the incident as a drive-by shooting. No suspects or motive have been made public, though recent protests outside the building following Jimmy Kimmel's firing have led to speculation.
We'll be getting into that news here. Right, America right now. Dems on the left, Republicans on the right. So true. Every decision in your life has led you to see this picture of a chicken. It totally reminded me of, you are an apprentice to an electrician, and this is the guy you're shadowing, and his name is Stu. And finally, we have some kids having some fun here, joining a group for a chat.
I'm San Juan Dickel. I joined from the group page.
We're glad to see you here today. And we've got Greg and
I want you to look at his name. Look at what he gave himself as a name. PHAT space NICK. Let's see. NICKHER. That's the name this black guy gave himself.
Nicker, welcome. Well, we're just introducing ourselves. Hopefully, I'm pronouncing your name right, Fat Nicker.
So, are you referring to me?
Yes.
Oh, my name's Derek.
Fat Nicker.
Oh, my name's Derek.
Hey, my name's
Let's
San
roll.
Juan.
Here we fucking go! Do you see the game they play? Any whites in every way? Will you call it out or just let it slide? Do you got the heart, the will inside? Go free with me, yeah. Take that ride. Pushing back hard, we won't be denied. No more silence, no apathy. Do you got what it takes to go free with me?
Brand new kick-ass tune by Anglo-Saxon NWG. Big salutes to you, brother. What a glorious week we've had. So many victories this week. What would you say? What was his name? Derek? He was like, me? I'm Derek. And she was like, the horror washed over her face. I want to thank y'all for coming over today. It's glorious to have you. A lot of news coming up. Jimmy Kimmel news first.
Go free with me, yeah. Take that ride. Pushing back hard, we won't be denied. No more silence, no apathy. Do you got what it takes to go free with me? Can you call out anti-white?
All right, make sure you tag me as No White Guilt with any comments. We have our Perspicacious Comments coming up here in just a moment. Perspicacious Comments. Those are comments that you all have made that I decided I should share. Let's tap in and see what's happening right now with Erika Kirk.
With your kids, and it's the last 15 minutes of the flight, and things are crazy. Kids are not cooperating, toys are flying everywhere, and everyone's screaming. And you think to yourself, I cannot wait for this flight to land. And it's 15 minutes before you land. And she told me, you will get through these 15 minutes and the next 15 minutes after that. Usha, I don't think you realized it then, but those words were exactly what I needed to hear. But most of all, God's mercy and God's love have been revealed to me these past 10 days. After Charlie's assassination, we didn't see violence. We didn't see rioting. We didn't see revolution. Instead, we saw what my husband always prayed he would see in this country. We saw revival.
He's in a bulletproof cage.
This past week, we saw people open a Bible for the first time in a decade. We saw people pray for the first time since they were children. We saw people go to a church service for the first time in their entire lives. Charlie liked to journal. And I say this because he did it to remember important moments and sayings that affected him. And one of the things he wrote in his journal was this: every time you make a decision, it puts a mark on your soul. To those of you out there who just made that decision and took the first step toward a spiritual life, I say thank you and welcome.
We'll jump back in as she moves through her speech. Right now, we'll get to comments, the perspicacious comments, ladies and gentlemen, that I wanted to share with you all today. Eagle Heart wrote, "Thank you for standing up for Western civilization and all of your great books. I really love Crucible." Thank you so much, Eagle Heart. Deeply appreciate that. We have White Dragon says, "The book Go Free by Jason Kuna, No White Guilt, has changed my life. I am German, and I got rid of my white guilt for good with this method. Life is so much better without white guilt. Just imagine, non-whites grow up without this heinous anti-white burden." Yes, very true. Thank you so much, White Dragon. Hyperborean Dream wrote, the lesson of George Zinn was preeminent, demonstrating the genius of Jason and his go-free approach. God bless you, Hyperborean Dream. Very well stated. We have John Garrison. I started doing a thing where I go to stores that have a documented history of corporate anti-white and target certain employees, ideally younger, definitely white, to feed them the lexicon. I think we might have read that one the other day. Base John Garrison, thank you so much for that. Prometheus Rising is bold, Gladiator. God bless perspicacious writings of our brothers and sisters. Thank you all. Let's get into our first item. We'll check back in with Erika in a minute. Surrounded, because we are in such a sick state, by bulletproof glass and an absolute cage of bulletproof glass to protect her. And perhaps you all know that some sort of anti-white garbage, and we're going to take a look at that news item, some anti-white garbage tried secreting and inserting himself at this stadium as law enforcement days in advance so that he could be there tonight with a loaded weapon. He was stopped with a loaded weapon. This is taking place all over the country. This kind of stuff is taking place all over the country now. Let's take a look. Jimmy Kimmel's incredibly pissed and still balking at apologizing for Charlie Kirk comments as the Disney bosses scramble. And incredibly pissed Jimmy Kimmel. And I wonder if they'll say it here, what we saw, news that we've heard subsequently, that he had actually prepared his response for the blowback, which was to double down. I don't know if you all have heard that yet. What an anti-white piece of shit. Plan to return is still balking at their push for him to publicly apologize for Kirk, the Charles Kirk remarks, sources say. The furious ABC Late Show, and I appreciate the live emojis popping up on the screen. A little bit of a swifter feedback. The great Franklin is with us. The great Slotz is here. My brain can't process or make sense of the animosity toward me because I'm colorblind to anti-whiteism. Very well stated. I found a novel take now. I feel smart and early. Yes, the great Slotz. Dennis and Problematic Biosphere both working while they're with us in this gathering today. Sam Muski, that's something I never would have thought of, is hand loads. Yes. Yep. And I could imagine an assassin wanting to be able to fire a gun without the sonic crack. So a lot of people don't know that noise, a big amount of that noise is the sonic crack of the bullet breaking sound speed. So if you can get rid of that, it's much quieter, which would mean it would be harder to detect where it came from. The furious ABC Late Show host went to his lawyer's office in Los Angeles that afternoon for a video meeting with Disney, Dana Walden, and ABC late night head Rob Mills to try to figure out a path forward. Well, you had two media empires that decided they weren't going to carry Kimmel, his show. They weren't going to carry the show anymore because of the comments. But that was really the coup de grace, because the show has been trending downward in viewership. I mean, it's abominable. It's doing abominably. It's one of those like vestigial limbs that this is the way the business had been operating for so long. It had worked for so long, and they have kind of just stopped looking, kind of tolerating that it was still there, even though it was just costing ABC money. This whole late night show has really run its course largely, and in the form of individuals like Kimmel. And so then he comes out and he's going to make these comments. So, for example, I think it was the Sinclair group that said they wanted even more. They weren't going to just not run it, but if they were ever going to run it again, it was going to have to be accompanied by Kimmel making this apology, this self-abasing apology, and a substantial donation to the Kirk family. And apparently Kimmel is like, go to hell. And I could see why he would want to do that. His ratings are garbage. He's only got a year left on the contract. He's got the owners of ABC Disney in a corner, because if he says, I'm not going to go back and do these extra steps for you, I'll finish out my contract, but I'm not going to do the extra steps, then he's in a scenario where he can quit work a year early, which he obviously doesn't like since he's doing terribly, and be bought out by Disney. Neither side could reach an agreement, according to the news who were present at the meeting. The tense closed-door powwow took place the day after Disney, the parent company of ABC, yanked Kimmel. The source said Disney execs are looking for a way to reinstate the late-night star while trying to balance the outrage over the comments. And what, of course, was he doing? He asserted that the murderer was MAGA. He averred that that was the case. And at that point already, everyone had the information that the assassin was not MAGA, that he came from a MAGA family. He came from a conservative family, but he had revolted against the family. He was the antithesis as best as he could assume that role. And so Kimmel coming out saying that it was MAGA was, if nothing else, to give cover to whitewash, which would do what? The reason why we have so many attacks, the reason why we have the video of one of those little girls, anti-white little girls, who was arrested during her live stream. They came in and the look on her face of total shock, disbelief, because they've been given cover by the mainstream of anti-whiteism, the mainstream in the country. They've got politicians that stand up. They got politicians that'll go out there and say, what we need violence. And then, as soon as they said that, a murderer showed up at Kavanaugh's house, which, by the way, the guy who showed up to murder Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh, after politicians were calling for that sort of thing to happen, anti-white politicians, that guy is also transgender. Just revealed he wants to be called, I guess you got to call him that now, her. Though that guy, I don't know his name, so he's a her. I have to just refer to him as he's a her now. Wants to go to female prison, of course. But they give cover. And so that was going to, Kimmel doing that was giving cover to the assassin, whitewashing it, encouraging more of it. Quote, I think they will reinstate him, but Jimmy could quit, the source noted. If that happens, the network could end up paying him out of his contract $16 million a year. $16 million a year. This is a sick society. This laissez-faire capitalism is disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. $16 million a year. If you've ever watched one episode, half an episode, he's horrific. He's terrible. He has zero talent. Reps for Disney and ABC did not respond to Post's request for comment, nor did representative for Kimmel. Bob Iger and Walden, who is known for her great relationship with A-listers in the thick of the controversy, they are not eager to anger Hollywood nor the Federal Communications. So this is where they're trying to push it off on the FCC. But really, it's coming down to Nexstar Media, one of the big media empires, and Sinclair Broadcasting. ABC makes the content. These two entities are huge examples of those who then provide it to the customers. They're looking at how many customers are watching, and therefore how much money can they make Can they charge off of advertising? Well, the ratings are garbage. Few people in the broadcast of these two media empires are watching, and so it's costing them. They don't have to run it. They can run with something else. And so that's what they're saying. Interestingly enough, that is why, in my opinion, anti-whites are protesting ABC and then try to kill ABC employees. This is a rolling boil. It will likely continue like this with ebbs and flows the rest of Trump's presidency. An absolute rolling boil. They will kill you. The anti-whites will murder you. Be prepared. ABC TV station struck by gunfire days after broadcaster pulled Jimmy Kimmel from the air. An ABC TV station was hit by gunfire Friday afternoon, just one day after protesters gathered outside and rallied against the network's decision to pull Jimmy Kimmel off the air. Conservatives are misdirecting as usual. They're saying these people are there because they're Jimmy Kimmel fans. They're anti-whites. Jimmy Kimmel was anti-white or is anti-white. They want more anti-whiteism. They don't want that pulled down, even if the ratings are horrible. The ratings for anti-whiteism have always been horrible. Why were there shows? Why were there networks? Why were there channels? Why? I guess the question is how were they able to continue? They couldn't make money. You know, I've been explaining this to people for a long time because anti-whites in government, hardcore anti-whites, were opposed by lightweight anti-whites on the Republican side. And the hardcore anti-whites said, we demand public funding. And I'm not just talking about like PBS or something like that. I'm not talking about where the public is paying for all of it. No, you look into these different projects in Hollywood, in movies, in television shows, and you will find the ways that public dollars are circulated into. Sometimes it means you've got to be smart enough to understand that when it comes from like an NGO for a certain show or a specific donor for a certain show or project, that then they are refunded by the government. Sometimes you got to be smart enough to do that. The government's stealing it from us. But none of this stuff could have persisted. White America didn't want all of this garbage, but it kept putting it in your face. And the anti-whites are pushing from all angles. Healthy white America, I should say, because there are plenty unhealthy white Americans that are anti-white who did want it. And so now they say, well, we don't like your decision that you're going to take down. And I doubt any of these anti-whites that protested at this ABC station watched Kimmel or even knew who he was. They just knew that he was anti-white. They heard that he was anti-white and he was taken down. So they went to protest. And then one of them, all his neighbors, great guy. He's a wonderful guy. Come to find out, he is a fanatic, anti-white fanatic, and wanted to kill somebody that day. No injuries were reported, thank God. But the shots hit a window that faces the street, and people were in the building. He was trying to murder numerous people. Numerous shots, an attempt to murder numerous people. We haven't had a lot of attacks on our media partners, and we'd like to keep it that way. To those that may have been responsible for this, I hope you see this. We're not going to stop looking for you. And I think they've got the guy. I wonder if it has information. Here are the look at this healthy bunch, right? There's the Trump America's Hitler ABC. The suspect shooter has been identified. A 22-year-old. Oh, no, that was from the assassin of Charlie Kirk. don't think it's over here. Maybe it is. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Anibal Hernandez Santana was the anti-white, non-white who decided to murder people at ABC because they took down the anti-white Kimmel. He was arrested on charges of assault with a deadly weapon, negligent discharge of a firearm, and shooting into an occupied building. The motive remains under investigation. It's anti-whiteism, bitch. What do you mean the motive? He hates white people. I still find, I see you all out there, you're swashing here and there, and I see it, and I salute you every single, I'm like, yeah, when I'm looking at the phone. And I see under there, I still see why, I mean, I guess we always will, where they're like, I'm not sure how, if I see how this is anti-white. Shut up, please. Police were able to identify a suspect vehicle, which led them to a residence. Hernandez Santana was booked into the Sacramento County, Maine jail. $200,000 bail. He's a former health policy analyst for the California Rural Indian Health Board. Is this the guy who also is head of education or was head of education for children somewhere? He might be. Yeah, right here. I think this is it. LinkedIn account matching the name indicates he previously was a legislative director for the California Federation of Teachers and is now retired and engaged in, quote, full-time parenting. So he was getting at your children. They're always getting at the children with the anti-whiteism. Let's see what's happening at, but that looks like that was, yeah, those are definitely older.
But I will miss him. I will miss him so much because our marriage and our family were beautiful. They still are. The greatest cause in Charlie's life was trying to revive the American family. When he spoke to young people, he was always eager to tell them about God's vision for marriage and how, if they could just dare to live it out, it would enrich every part of their life in the same way that it enriched ours. And someone once asked me how Charlie and I, how we kept our marriage so strong when he was busy traveling. And our little secret, it was love notes. Every Saturday, Charlie wrote one for me, and he never missed a Saturday. And in every single one of them, he'd tell me what his highlight was for the week, how grateful he was for me and our babies. And always at the end, he would always end it with asking the most beautiful question. He'd always end it by asking, please let me know how I can better serve you as a husband. Charlie perfectly understood God's role for a Christian husband. A man who leads so that they can serve. To all the men watching around the world, accept Charlie's challenge and embrace true manhood. Be strong and courageous for your families. Love your wives and lead them. Love your children and protect them. Be the spiritual head of your home. But please be a leader worth following. Your wife is not your servant. Your wife is not your employee. Your wife is not your slave. She is your helper. You are not rivals. You are one flesh working together for the glory of God. I was Charlie's confidant. I was his vault, his closest and most trusted advisor, his best friend. I poured into him and loved him so deeply, empowered him, because his love for me drove me to be a better wife. Every day he honored me, and I prayed that I could be the wife that God needed me to be for my husband. Women, I have a challenge for you too. Be virtuous. Our strength is found in God's design for our role. We are the guardians. We are the encouragers. We are the preservers. Guard your heart. Everything you do flows from it. And if you're a mother, please recognize that is the single most important ministry you have. In our home, because Charlie traveled a lot, we tried to travel with him where we could. But I made sure that when Charlie returned from work, it was his sacred landing place, away from the worries of the world. I didn't make him feel guilty for being away too long or too much, or getting home too late. I always told him, home is here for you, and it'll be ready for you. And I made it into this place where he wanted to be as soon as possible when he was on the road. There was no keeping score between us. We were a team, working together for the same mission. I never wanted to be the one standing between Charlie and the task that God prepared for him, had set for him. And I knew Charlie would always do his best to help me with the same. My marriage with Charlie was the best thing that ever happened to me. And I know it was the best thing that ever happened to him as well. He wanted everyone to experience that joy. And that's what's so beautiful about God's design for marriage, is that everyone can. And I could talk endlessly about it, and years to come I will. But Charlie's mission above all was aimed directly at those who aren't married. He named his organization well. He knew things were not right with America, and especially with young people, and they needed a new direction. Charlie passionately wanted to reach and save the lost boys of the West. The young men who feel like they have no direction, no purpose, no faith, and no reason to live. the men wasting their lives on distractions, and the men consumed with resentment, anger, and hate. Charlie wanted to help them. He wanted them to have a home with Turning Point USA. And when he went onto campus, he was looking to show them a better path and a better life that was right there for the taking. He wanted to show them that. My husband, Charlie, he wanted to save young men just like the one who took his life. That young man, on the cross, our Savior said, "Father, forgive them, for they not know what they do." That man, that young man, I forgive him. I forgive him because it was what Christ did and is what Charlie would do. The answer to hate is not hate. The answer we know from the gospel is love, and always love. Love for our enemies and love for those who persecute us. The world needs Turning Point USA. It needs a group that will point young people away from the path of misery and sin. It needs something that will lead people away from hell in this world and in the next. It needs young people pointed in the direction of truth and beauty. And so I promise you today, every part of our work will become greater. I am tremendously honored to be the new CEO of Turning Point USA. I do not take that lightly. Charlie and I were united in purpose. His passion was my passion, and now his mission is my mission. Everything that Turning Point USA built through Charlie's vision and hard work, we will make 10 times greater through the power of his memory. Chapters will grow, thousands of new ones will be created. TPUSA Faith will add thousands of new pastors and congregations. And yes, campus events will continue, and we will continue to hold debates and dialogue. The First Amendment of our Constitution is the most human amendment. We are naturally talking beings, naturally believing beings. And the First Amendment protects our right to do both. No assassin will ever stop us from standing up to defend those rights, ever. Because when you stop the conversation, when you stop the dialogue, this is what happens. When we lose the ability and the willingness to communicate, we get violence. And as I stand here now and I look at this beautiful photo of my husband in front of me hanging in the stadium, I think of my husband 13 years ago. I hadn't met him yet. He was 18 years old, a man barely out of high school, running around the halls of the RNC without $1 in his pocket and a single contact in his phone. People who saw him said that he didn't know what he was doing, but he did. He did know what he was doing. He knew exactly what he was doing. He was going to change the world, and he did. Charlie's life was a turning point for this country. It was a miracle. Let that miracle that was Charlie's life be your turning point as well. Choose prayer. Choose courage. Choose beauty. Choose adventure. Choose family. Choose a life of faith. Most importantly, choose Christ. I love you, Charlie, baby. And I will make you proud. God bless you all, and God bless America.
It's a historic moment in American history. The final comments of Erika Kirk, which wrapped up just a couple of moments ahead of before us watching them. We will run a brief bumper and be right back with the rest of today's Church of the West. All right. Well, what did you think about the final thoughts that she had to share before we move forward with the rest of our gathering today? And thank you all for those of you who are here. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you all coming over. And I had a few thoughts while I was listening. I was hearing a number of the problems with modern Christianity because it's been anti-whiteified. I agree. Was it Samuski who wrote "Choose White"? Yes, it was. Choose white well-being. Exactly. Choose white well-being, and then all of the rest of this will take care of itself. I noted, and one of the clips that's been going around, being shared quite a lot, is of Charlie Kirk and Erika on stage, and they're talking about the duties of a man to his wife. And I heard that coming out of Erika's mouth just then. And I don't think, she's trying to be malicious. in any way. But it's just the norm in the modern church, which is, as Charlie articulated, this utter sycophantism. The guy who's just always serving his wife, and he should have nothing for himself, always serving the children, nothing for himself. And Kirk was arguing that on stage with the audience. That's how the husband should behave. We heard Erika just essentially saying the same thing. Serve your wives, using the word lead for lead your wives, but be worthy of being led. And then what's the criteria? Well, the criteria is what she just said. The criteria is what Kirk shared on the performance where he and Erika were on stage. And this is a huge problem with relationships in the white race. We are not going to recapture our destiny, and therefore end our victimization, and therefore end these sorts of assassinations of whites who stand up and in some way inhibit anti-whiteism and then have to pay the ultimate price for it. If we have environments where the criteria for what it means to be a good man, a good husband, is that they are endlessly serving, make sure that they're, like Kirk said, Charlie said, that there's nothing that she wants that she doesn't have. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? I mean, a creature as whimsical, as capricious, as volatile as a female, and you're going to make sure that she never has a want? So we heard Erika essentially saying the same thing, which you hear in every single church. And I can assure you, the young men that Charlie Kirk and so many others are trying to rescue, when they get there, they're not going to like the sound of that. That's the problem with the West, is the female-dominated relationships, the female-dominated household, the absolute indignity that females force males to endure in relationships with it. And it is rank indignity. Absolutely rank indignity. You wonder why. Well, I mean, you can imagine a relationship of two guys. Imagine two homosexual guys in a relationship, if you will. Would the smaller one, the physically weaker one, be able to insult the physically stronger one? Insult, disregard the physically stronger one the way a woman can to a man? No. He would get his ass beat. But females know that they can get away with it, so they do. Not only that, of course, the bigger issue is this myopia, this short-sightedness in females, this focus that genetically, I believe, is present genetically and is of great benefit for the purpose of rearing children. The immediate needs, the immediate want, the immediate nebulous pain or ache that has to be interpreted. That focus is not meant for society. That focus is not meant for the long range. That focus is not meant for beyond the family. But what ends up happening? Well, we've just listed the criteria. Well, a guy, if he's going to be a good husband, if he's going to be, then if he's going to be a man in the relationship, then he's got to be subservient. So what does she want? That's how we got here. Household after household of white people becoming increasingly anti-white, led by a female's gynocentrism, what she wants, what she needs, and the man has to begin working away, whittling away at making sure that happens. That's one of the ugliest principles that you find in Christianity today, I think, and a consequence of anti-whiteism. Very interesting. What did Erika say about the duty of wives to their husband? Nothing. She said nothing. about the duty of wives. She had a nice little list about what guys have to do, the husbands have to do for their wives, but zero list for what the wives have to do for their husbands. She went on to say that she tried to make her household a happy place for when Charlie came home. But she didn't tell the women, oh, you've got to make home a happy place. So I thought that was interesting. And again, I don't think she's being malicious at all. This is just the zeitgeist of modern anti-white Christianity. And it's something that we have to push back against if you care about white well-being, because Tyler Robinson was raised in a Christian home. Pray before every meal, Sundays and Wednesdays. Christianity is not going to stop this. Christianity has been defeated by anti-whiteism like everything else. We don't need more of anti-white Christianity. So yeah, I listened very carefully for, okay, now what are the duties of wives for their husbands? No criteria listed. Two other points I want to make about this before moving on. And that is that this notion that if you talk, if you want to hold hands, if you want to sing kumbaya with your adversary, your victimizer, that things go well. And if you don't talk, things go poorly. That is poison. That is absolute poison. Anti-whites are not interested in being talked out of victimizing you. Hardcore anti-whites are there to kill you, are there to silence you, are there to cut your tongue out of your mouth, are there to take the house out from underneath of your ass and your car out of your driveway. Not this notion that everybody is innately good is erroneous. There are people, in my opinion, that are born bad, that are born to be jealous, that are born to be maniacal. You can't fix that with a tete-a-tete. You can't fix that by saying Christ is your savior. Tyler said Christ was his savior. It can't be fixed by having a conversation with radical anti-whites. And that really feeds into this notion, which is the final point, the biggest point, maybe the final point, that you're to love your enemy, love your victimizer. Do you know what's absent in that statement? Loving your family, loving your people. That's what's missing. I choose to direct my love toward my people. And I choose to bring all the fury that hell has to offer to my victimizer. That's what I choose. That's what healthy peoples choose. Dying peoples hold on to this notion. Whatever this interpretation is, that you think it's erroneous, it's wrongly interpreted. This is the anti-white, at least, interpretation of this verse in the Bible. Loving your enemies. And then you see where the rubber meets the road, how it plays out. Forgiving, loving the assassin. No, he should be killed several times, executed several times over, and revived and executed and revived and executed. Don't overlook the reality that if it weren't for people like me who could hold opinions like that, you couldn't hold such a pacifistic, quietist notion for long of love your enemies, because you would be eaten alive in a heartbeat. So that notion survives as a canker on the health of stronger and healthier people in the body of our race. Everybody wants to stand up and applaud. Oh, she's forgiving the assassin. Well, I don't. Good for you. And if everybody felt like that, then he'd be freed. An attendant point is this idea that God is doing all of this, that God is bringing people together, that God is, and you have, that is not how a deity works. If you can't see the fallacy in this, obviously the logical, but if you can't see an application in our society, I'll spell it out for you. If people aren't doing this, supported by a creator, smiled upon, condoned, smiled upon by a creator, then when horror happens, God is also doing that. God also wants that. So you can't hold these notions are deleterious. And Christianity is going to be with the white race no matter what. And we have to go back to the religion, go back to the Bible, and make sure that we get rid of the no Judeo-Christianity. We get rid of the passages or rewrite the passages that end up harmful for our race, harmful for our people. Highlight the passages where health through the body of your people and your people's well-being are written in the stars for us to follow. Make it again comport with the biospirit of the West, because where it is today, it is a pacifistic nightmare. Love your enemies. No. I feel terrible, obviously, for Erika and her family and all of those associated with TPUSA. But this portends of challenges coming from the cucks among our race that will come out now and say, we're all one. There's neither Jew nor Greek, nor we're all one in the body of so go ahead and miscegenate, biologically white erase yourselves out of existence. Love those who are victimizing us. God will do this, or God, just beg for God to do more. You see all these people right now that are saying God is doing all this. They're acting like their prayers to God did this. God is not doing any of this. And it's to be an ingrate, to have life, and then to turn to a creator and say, please do this for us. Please arrest our victimization. This is absolutely in keeping with the theme of speeches I've given in the past, that if the conservatives could have absolute victory over the radical anti-whites, would you want the outcome? And the answer is no. Because conservatism is anti-whiteism as well. Every church I went to, every conservative event I've gone to, nerve center of the conservative movement is undermined and diseased by, afflicted with anti-whiteism. How do you think this is going to turn out? Where anti-whites will kill you for troubling anti-whiteism versus the people who will forgive you. Nancy Drew is here. Cool Papa J Magic is here. Ivan Zaharabal is here. Good to see you. Last independent thinker. We got a cozy crew at the Church of the West, and I'm glad that you all have decided to stay here with us. Biospirit of the West. Thank you, No White Guild, 100%. Tree Godfather, No White Guild, 100%. Thank you for that. Yeah, we're gonna have to be there, continuing to seed the lexicon to our brothers and sisters that are going into these churches. And make no mistake, there are a lot of people who are heading back to church because of this is a major historical moment for the country. But make no mistake, the people that are going back to church, they went this today, they went last Sunday, but it's going to fall away again. It's going to fall away. But the people who are going to be going into church, we need to continue to provide them with the lexicon. Let their priests, let their pope, let their deacons, let their preachers, let their council of Mormons, let them say that it's immoral to preserve and protect, ennoble the white race. Let them say that to their congregations, because they'll bleed whatever that is healthy left in the body of their individual temples or churches or what have you. They'll bleed them away. Serve your wife. No, I don't think so. That is so galling. That's just, as she was talking, and I have this dichotomy, quite honestly, because I feel brokenhearted for her. She obviously had, and the other thing that she said is that everybody could have like what they had, like the happiness and the husband that is super connected and having all of these successes. And he wasn't, by the way, he wasn't had nothing. They always come back with these stories. Had nothing, didn't know anybody, but he's 18 and he's on Fox News. I mean, so come on. Maybe it was alien. Maybe he showed up and had nothing, but then talked to the right person that day. And that was it. So maybe it was aleatory, but this notion that you can all have the exact same thing is bullshit. Bullshit. She's sitting there saying she wanted his dream to come to fruition. Show me how many other guys in the West have a girl that has been in their life that wanted that. So I'm feeling brokenhearted for her. And then at the same time, she's sharing these poisons, these platitudes from church. Maybe we could say this, it's the platitudes from church. Joel Osteen would be applauding uproariously in his like robot fake smile fashion. Joel Osteen would be applauding heavily. These platitudes about serve your wife, deny yourself. Nah. Here's what you do. Write yourself in as the hero of our story. That's what you do. And anybody who's got a problem with that, push them out of your life. That includes a partner, a wife, or a husband. If they got a problem with you writing yourself in as the hero of Western kind in our story, then you get rid of them. And by the way, the children do not come before the spouses. They're going to, you love them, you protect them, you do it. When you create a relationship where the children are more important than the spouses to each other, then you totally fracture. The kids are damaged by that. You totally fracture what would have been the unanimity and power of the relationship. The children are more important. No. When you say the children are more important than the love of the partners for each other, then what you're saying is that the wife is most important, because the wife, the children to her, especially when they're young, they are her playthings. They are her serving the genetic impulse. So you're just effectively saying the wife is the most important. And of course, that's what they are saying. And that's how it plays itself out. The wife is the most, so her hobbies are the most important. The wife is the most important, so etc. No. You'll raise much healthier children when they come second to the partner's love for each other. California, and this is who's going to end up winning. So we don't have to, this isn't a hard thing to speculate. We can look at the past and we can see who's been winning. It hasn't been Christianity. It hasn't been, or I should, maybe the platitudes of the church. Has it? Hasn't been the platitudes of the church, because we've gotten to this point where you can have professors that can say, happy Charlie Kirk is dead, the wife should be dead, the children should be dead, the grandchildren should be dead forevermore. Mestizo Karf reached out to me with this one.
Yeah, I hope every one of his family dies, and their children, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren, and their grandchildren to eternity.
That's what the professor was saying. This is showing up everywhere. Some of them are getting fired. Nurses, doctors, pilots. These are professionals, not just people who object to, usually cucks, because it's for them it's a big joke, who object to our victimization. They usually joke around. They're like, well, they're just baristas. They're just, no, they are throughout the bureaucracy. They are throughout the professional world. They are throughout our society in nodes of power and where they are teaching and instructing. And maybe this one ends up getting fired. Did this one even get fired? Oh, just on administrative leave. Maybe this one gets put on administrative leave before he gets to come back. But not all of them are getting fired. Not all of them are going on administrative leave. More importantly, a big chunk of them that are not the ones getting fired or put on administrative leave are the non-white, anti-white ones. And most importantly, all of them will be able to get jobs in their field right away. No anti-white employer is going to have a problem with hiring another anti-white at all. They'll just pick them right up. Whereas when a conservative or a nationalist or a patriot gets fired for being heretical to anti-whiteism, occasionally they can never work in their field again. If it's big enough news, if whatever they've done is considered egregious enough to anti-whites, they can't even get work again in their industry. So who's going to win? Want them all dead for eternity? A professional at a university? Or we love our enemies and we forgive them when they murder us? Despicable. Orban, so we have these punches back and forth, anti-whites, anti-whiting, and then those who push back, not often naming them as anti-white, but pushing back against the anti-whiteism, punching back in the ways that they can. You heard that Donald Trump has categorized, and I don't know, I haven't seen for sure, maybe you all can tell me whether or not that has gone down as a done deal, that Antifa is now a terrorist organization. We had this Cranstonstein out there saying he immediately donated money to Antifa. If that's the case, then he should be immediately arrested, right? For funding terrorism. Like, no joke. So here we have, is it real? Was it another one of Trump saying something and it's not for real? Just like the $100,000 on the H-1Bs. But here you have Orban over in Hungary to follow Trump in banning Antifa as a terror group. And big time laud this. Hungarian Prime Minister Orban has announced that Budapest will follow the lead of the United States President Donald Trump in banning the far-left Antifa group as a terrorist organization. I better not see, if this is real, I better not see Antifa show up anywhere without immediately being surrounded by the feds and all of them beaten as they would be beaten as terrorists, as they're cuffed and stuffed and thrown into unmarked federal vehicles to never be seen again. If they're tolerated anywhere, then this was bullshit. On Friday, Prime Minister Orban said that his government will take these steps to designate Antifa as a terrorist organization in Hungary. I think all of the anti-whites that everyone knows has given money to Antifa, either directly or through subsidiaries of some type, all of them should be arrested for financing terrorism, shouldn't they? But of course they won't, because there's no justice in the West. We applaud Donald Trump for taking the lead, calling them what they are, terrorists. While Antifa is often defended as mere, I was looking, news coming in, so much of the West absolutely on fire and deteriorating. I would have been so much happier if we could have seen some fire and brimstone a moment ago. But I'm not giving much hope with this love your enemy, roll over, forgive them nonsense. Christian platitude nonsense. Platitudinous garbage. Because I was just looking, and somebody will have to check and make sure that the reportage is correct, but that there are as many as, or over 100 rapes in France a day. Somebody's going to come through there that is going to be white positive. And the light from the fires will be seen from Jupiter. That's what's going to end up. That's what is going to end up happening. You want to have a conversation with these people and they'll kill you. While Antifa is often defended as merely being anti-fascist, their name actually originates from this German word, the paramilitary wing of the German Communist Party in the 1930s. In its latest incarnation, Antifa has become an advocate for an anarcho-style communism. It's just anti-whiteism. Glenn Beck! The loosely knit connective often engages in street violence against loosely knit. In his announcement, Orban highlighted an Antifa attack in 23, during which they allegedly used hammers to attack a group's supposed far-right attendees of a memorial for a Nazi Waffen-SS. Oh my God. One of the alleged involved in the attack, I swear, I am so fed up with the LARPers. Okay, the case is expected to come to a head over the next few weeks, with the European Parliament's Legal Affairs Committee set to vote on Tuesday on whether to revoke her immunity. What is this? Somebody, I guess, that was arrested. Other European nations have been taking action against Antifa in recent months, with the French government announcing in May that it would launch proceedings to ban, I guess this is the French version, if it becomes a problem or objectionable to Islam, it'll go. The Lyon-based group has frequently been accused of engaging in violent tactics, including its former and protected. And George Soros, why isn't he arrested, tried for treason, and executed? Because there's no justice in the West. The motion was introduced. All right, so looks like Netherlands as well. President Donald Trump announced early this week that his administration would classify Antifa as a terror so I guess it hasn't happened yet. Call me when it does, bitches. Call me when it finally happens, when it's finally real and there aren't loopholes. Call me when it's finally real and there aren't loopholes for anti-white groups to escape through. Like, just don't call yourself Antifa anymore. Guess they're not the terrorist group we're looking for. Armed man arrested at site of Charlie Kirk funeral. So, memorial. The armed man accused of bringing a gun and a knife into the Arizona stadium where conservative activists we were just watching people. This was days ago, though. Charlie Kirk's funeral will be held. Posed no threat. Was merely conducting a sweep that they're saying now. This is the guy. Joshua Runkles, arrested Friday inside of State Farm Stadium for allegedly posing as a cop, was on the site, quote, doing advanced security. Expected to draw more than 100,000, 300,000, they ended up saying. We do not believe this person was attempting anything nefarious. You know, this sounds a lot like Saddam Hussein and Tariq Aziz, and they were up there and they were like, nothing's wrong. No, we didn't just almost have another assassination. Nothing is wrong. Look away. It was fully under control. The guy had expired credentials when confronted by the Secret Service. Didn't have a boss for them to turn to and say, this is the guy. He's supposed to be there. And now TPUSA comes out, I'm sure with the White House's approval, to say, no, it wasn't. We didn't almost just have another assassination. It raises my eyebrow far more than was Charlie Kirk shot from another angle? Was there a trap door under his stage? What did he freaking David Copperfield style drop down under the stage, and that was just a animatronic thing that got shot and fell over? Also important to note that this was before the site had been fully sealed and locked down, which is why it raises my eyebrow. If you were going to get into a facility and normalize your presence, it would be before it's fully locked down. And you'd be presented as somebody who is meant to be there, supposed to be there, seen by other agents there so they don't think it's unusual. Hey, who's that guy? Well, he's been here, for the whole past week. Okay. Continue with your sweep. So this I find more interesting than, was there another muzzle flash? Did the bullet bounce off? Did he have all of this other stuff? Was he shot from the back of the neck instead of the front? This guy looks a little suspicious to me. And then this was an earlier where it said that he will be held. So just another article saying a lot of the same stuff about the situation. Confronted by Secret Service, inactive law enforcement credentials. Taken into custody and booked into Maricopa County Jail on charges of impersonating law enforcement. He had a firearm. That would have been really useful. And here, of course, we reach the point where we take a look at Rampage Jackson's son, Raja Jackson, who finally got arrested for attempting to murder the white guy that he was supposed to be fake wrestling with. And a lot of people ask, what do you have to say about this, Jason? Very easy. Biospiritual incompatibility. His biospirit does not comport with a society that we create, that white people create. So he must go. Of course, after he ends up being severely punished for what he did to this guy, Roger Jackson was taken into custody for the vicious beating he inflicted on a wrestler at an event in August. What do you all have to say about this? I'm going to look around for some comments really quickly. Cass is here. NWG Trump has openly said 2 weeks ago Antifa are a hate terrorist group on national news. I wonder what else the Tan Man knows. He says, and that was to the point I was making, he can say, hey, Antifa is a terrorist organization. But if that's not written and as a decree from his desk so that law enforcement can implement resources and strategies and etc., secret courts that would be used against us, that have been used against, pro-white people in the past, then it's just him talking. So I want to see it actually happening. I want to see the actual order. Nancy Drew says, I totally agree with no white guilt. If you don't put each other first, the children won't see a good role model in a loving couple. Yes, thank you for that. If they don't focus on each other, divorce may come and poor kids for them. Yeah, exactly. Very well stated. Anti-whites defining what real masculinity measures up to. Westman Positivity writes, yeah, exactly. Henry says, that's one thing I always picked up on when people talk about this. They seem to oppose anti-whiteism until it comes to preserving our race. Exactly. And another problem, we've talked about it before, that you see in the white race, especially I've seen it from a lot of our brothers and sisters in the Northeast of the United States, is this conversation. They're focusing on non-white people behaving like schmucks. And they're saying, oh, blacks are bad. Blacks are violent. They'll say, etc. And they leave out other racial groups, non-white racial groups. And so then you have like this de facto, well, if you marry and have kids with an Asian, if you marry and have kids with an Arab, if you marry and have kids with a Jew, this isn't as bad. No, it is biological white erasure. It doesn't matter whether it's black or Asian or Arab, or it's all biological white erasure. So for so many years, I was like, no, you got the white race and you got non-white people, and calling non-white people non-white is not a disrespect or to defame. It's just to say that they are not white. And we focus on ourselves instead, protecting ourselves from bad behavior or protecting ourselves from low IQ, protecting ourselves from Roger Jacksons. So yeah, it's a really problematic situation, Henry, you're talking about here. You're 100% right. You'll talk about, and you see that too at some churches, not from, by the way, never from the church itself, never from the preachers themselves. Of all the ones I went to, the only time I ever had conversations with anybody about our race, it was with a couple of the members of the congregation, couple of the guys. Very rarely, every now there'd be a woman, but a couple of the guys, and then they would always talk like this. Yeah, they're really against white people. Yeah, we could say that. We can say that's objectionable, right? But the rest of them, they're like, no, God made everybody to just blend us out of all of us out of existence. That's why he made the different groups. Of course, we know that statement is wrong in two ways. The Creator did not make us to cease to exist, number one. Number two, the non-white groups don't cease to exist. The only group that ceases to exist is the white race. All right. Let me see over here quickly. Tag me as No White Guilt if you have any comments that you'd like for me to see. Tom over there on Premium Rumble says he passed by Antifa once and it smelled like a toilet. It's true. I have walked by them in the district several times. One thing that some of them, at least, are able to do is they're able to look at a white man that they know that if they'll suffer the consequences in a very painful way because they didn't mess with me in those situations. Staring right at them. And they did the game where they pretend like they don't see you. Everybody else over here. Land of the Fake is with us. Temple is with us. Hello and welcome. Midwest Gunner is here. Good to see you. Savage Monday is in the house. Good to see everybody showing up there over on a Premium Rumble. Truth is Our Reality is with us over on D Live. Good to see you. All right. No more comments over here on the live chat. So, in case you all don't remember, Roger Jackson was participating in this low budget professional wrestling, which is fake. And do you remember, did you have the conversations back in the 80s and the 90s with all these losers that would argue with you? It's the same people that are probably online right now who are the schmucks, and some of them composing cucks as well, that they would argue that professional wrestling was real. No, they're really fighting. And you're like, you have just totally failed your IQ test. You feel like you wandered into the vegetable department at the grocery store and you're surrounded by them. So it's fake. And the routine is, it's like a violent ballet. The routine is he was supposed to, flop this old guy down, a veteran, a white guy, flop him down on the mat, and then hop up and pin him and do all of this sort of business. And Roger did not follow the script because he is biospiritually incompatible with Western civilization. And people who are biospiritually incompatible with Western civilization have to go. Because we are suffering the consequences of that incompatibility. It's that simple. So this anti-white bastard, decided he was going to murder this old white guy. So instead of flopping him to the mat the way that you're supposed to when it's fake, he throws him down as hard as he can, which of course knocks this guy out, and then hops on top of him and begins beating the life out of him, punching him in the face, shattered teeth out of his mouth, broke his jaw in 2 places, was within an inch of his life. Some injury to his nervous system and brain reported as a consequence of the savage beating from this anti-white monster. And why? Well, because the day before, I guess it was, there was a meetup between this white wrestler and what he thought was a different black wrestler, where he was supposed to like taunt him for the match coming up. And he does the beer can on the head thing. Then he realized that, wait, this is a different black guy. He is wrestling this black guy, but it's a different one. So he ends up apologizing to this guy, tells him he's sorry, and that was caught on video as well. Well, this guy just doesn't matter. He's just going to wait now like a first-degree attempted murder. Already out of prison. Roger Jackson has been taken into custody for the vicious beating he inflicted on a wrestler at an event in August. Jail records viewed by the Post showed that Jackson was arrested Thursday morning by the LAPD, getting booked shortly before 2 p.m. Jackson was charged with a felony, and online records showed that he is being held on only $50,000. Nothing. That's nothing. Especially if you're going to, like, the person who could bail him out, his father, has lots of money. So at least relative to me, probably to you too. So that's nothing. 50,000. Oh, and by the way, let me point out the white guy completely, Stuart Smith, completely unconscious and unable to defend himself from the continuing vicious animalistic blows to his face. Showing you further what kind of a piece of garbage this Roger Jackson is. There he is, this scumbag right here. He should go to prison for whatever a planned murder would warrant and the injuries that he inflicted in the attempted murder, whatever that time span is, and then deported. That literally should be on the books. Incompatible biospirit. Goodbye. Jackson was involved in a brutal beating of Stuart Smith during a Knox pro wrestling event in California in August, where Jackson jumped into the ring, slammed Smith to the mat, and beat him while he was unconscious before other wrestlers jumped in to peel him off. Why didn't the others inflict similar injury? Well, I guess white lives don't matter. White lives don't matter. LAPD later confirmed it was investigating the matter, and Jackson's father, UFC legend Rampage Jackson, told MMA and wrestling journalist during an interview that he had cut contact with his son. Now, it's not cut contact for all time. I mean, they kind of misrepresent that because they want to say, oh, black father is really great. No, he said that he's not cutting his son out of his life. He just can't talk to him now because of the way that he behaved. He said maybe some jail time would do him some good. And then look, he said, he dishonored my name. Oh, look, they actually quoted here. I'm sorry. I know he's my effing son. I'm not calling him out. Forever. Rampage Jackson even called on his son to do a little time. And here's Smith, Stuart Smith, recovering. Smith's family released an update on his condition in late August, revealing, I just got to stop for a second because this is so microcosmic of the macrocosmic that is the white race. You are playing along with people who are biospiritually incompatible. Just, they can't control themselves to conform to the norms of the white Western world, to be redundant. They can't even rein in the impulses. And the white race in this soft, I mean, look at this guy. This guy is a veteran. He grew up thinking, I'm just speaking from the point of view of the average white person. You grow up thinking that you need to serve your country. Because you're serving your people. That's the moral thing to do. So you should get into jobs where you're going to be doing that, or you should be or join the military so you could do your time. It's a real common notion, used to be, I guess I should say, in the Southland, that at least one person from the family had to serve in the military to earn the freedoms that for everyone in the family. So somebody has to serve. That used to be a common notion. Not anymore. So he goes to the military to serve the country, to serve our people by way of that service to the country. And who knows where he is on the spectrum of how anti-white or etc. Who knows? But he goes in the military, serves his time, he comes out, and here he is. He's in terrible shape. He is soft. He is flabby. I mean, this is an absolute perfect picture for the white race. Trusting of anti-whites, especially anti-white non-whites. Trusting them enough to know that they're going to pull up in this ring during these play matches and not actually kill you. And then heading into the ring with this deep, soft, wet gullibility and being taken by surprise at the animalistic ferocity of anti-whiteism. And then, while helpless, beaten on to death. It's such a perfect picture for what's happening to the white race as a whole as a consequence of anti-whiteism. The anti-whiteism has done this to the white race. This unbelievable trusting gullibility, coupled with this softness, coupled with this love your enemy, coupled with this turn the other cheek, coupled with this disavowal of everything that we've created and built, coupled with this willingness to injure your own, to injure our own, to demonstrate how committed we are to the impossible notion of this anti-white world where everybody of all races are just holding hands and dancing around a fire, everyone supporting everybody else. Complete fiction of anti-whiteism. So coupled with that notion that you've got to slit the throats of your own people to demonstrate how committed you are. And then you end up nigh death at the hands of one of these angelized anti-white non-whites, who is going to end up getting a slap on the wrist for his behavior. And his father applauded for having a few mildly tough words. Meanwhile, you got the dad over here for Tyler Robinson, the white dad, who says all the reward money should go to the Kirk family. The father turns Tyler Robinson in. Reward money should go to the Kirk family. Son has gone wrong. Family disowns, disavows him. Absolute garbage human being. Will comply and work with the law enforcement and etc. to whatever degree they need us to participate. But Rampage is the father of the year. Not going to cut him out just because, and of course, this is not the first time that Raja has behaved this way. But what a beautiful, and I guess I should say, bloody, sanguinary metaphor for the, in juxtaposition, for the white race. There it is right there. Lying on a stretcher, barely alive. Teeth knocked out, jaw broken 2 places, brain damage. We'll see how bad his memory and thinking and etc. has been damaged, I guess, in the months and years to come. There's your white race for you. And probably his church and his co-workers or his friends will tell him to forgive this monster, this anti-white monster. And he probably will. If he hasn't already, you tell me, you let me know. Have you seen, has he forgiven him already? I wouldn't be surprised if he has. I'm no, there ain't no forgiveness. I'm actually a very forgiving guy. I have had people stab me in the back several times before I finally cut them out for good. And a lot of those close to me see this happen, where I'm so forgiving. But when it comes to my people, there's no forgiveness. We are long past forgiving and overlooking the injuries, the slights, the indignities, the insults. Long past. Now it's time to make things fair. Eye for an eye. Now it's time. So there will be responses for anti-whites of all races. There will be. The work that we are doing will effectuate justice by way of rehabilitated courtrooms. Absolutely despicable. So he was released from the hospital, sustained. I'm sorry. I was speculating about head injury. It says serious head injury he suffered. He was still unconscious when he arrived. If you have played sports or you've been in boxing or followed any of this, then you'll know, or in the medical field, if someone is unconscious that long, there's serious damage. Trauma to both upper and lower jaws, lacerations, fracture to the maxilla bone, and resulted in loss of several teeth. So this picture right here is the picture of the anti-white world over top of the white race. And I don't know if you've had enough. I have. Ay is here. JK160 is here. Karen Edwards is here. Cool Papa J Magic. Thor, good to see you. Azimuth Clark. Oh, yeah. A great point that Azimuth Clark is making. This guy didn't grow up in the ghetto. So the sort of excuses that anti-whites would make, anti-whites on the left and right, of course, don't apply. And it's just another excuse. It's just another excuse so that anti-whites can keep anti-whiting. And if you're in relationships where there's a woman running the relationship, not all of them, not the women of the West, of course, not the women of the West, but the vast majority of white women will want to forgive this, will want to overlook it, will want you to not get involved. Don't get involved. Whites go out into non-white environments and expect white behavior. Cool Papa J Magic. 100%. That's 100%. Go out, and then they feel bad about themselves if, because of the morality of the West, the anti-white immoral imperative, white people feel bad about themselves if they get concerned about, like, for example, they're going down the road and there's a black guy or a group of them. And then they think, should I get away from them? And then they feel bad about themselves for thinking that. And we wonder if that woman in, where was it, Georgia? Where was it, Alabama? Nurse. We wonder if she ignored those feelings. But yeah, it is a victimization in and of itself, which is another reason why I hate this notion of, and this comment of white genocide. Never use that garbage. It is a lifelong victimization for white people in our civilization, that we can't do what's instinctual. We can't just live our lives and expect everywhere we go that everyone is going to behave according to our norms in the West. We have to live our lives where we go out and we have to always concern ourselves with what kind of behavior we're going to be confronted with wherever we go. That is a lifelong victimization. I don't have to wait for some fictional genocide in the future to complain, to argue about this victimization that is lifelong. Thor says the anti-whites will continue to beat us to a pulp as long as they don't fear the consequences. And consequences, well said, consequences are only a result of white peoplehood. If we continue to be a fractured race of isolated, selfish individualists, then there'll never be consequences for breaching our norms. There will never be consequences for preying upon us. Like they're the hunters and we are some woebegone animal that can't defend itself. Literally, we are so peopleless. They prey upon the weakest and most innocent, our little girls. And there is no unified response. So we have to become a people. So let me just say to everyone out there, if you complain about our victimization, but you do not take steps using the tools that create the people out of this deracinated race, then you know what to do with yourself. Kill your speed. You know what to do with yourself. Tired of these white people who aren't willing to actually fight for our well-being, who will talk about like these perfect circumstances where things will happen. Jeff is here. Good to see you. Helios Abbott is here. This was 100% pure anti-white violence, says Thor. The contempt and anti-white aggression many non-whites have, they cannot wait to get a white man to get their aggression out. Well, here's the thing. It's all white people. And you're speaking that are the targets of the aggression. Because what we teach in Go Free, the reality is that every white person is the avatar for the most, in the anti-white narrative, which we will be talking about a little bit more during the lesson of the day, for the most evil white person ever to live in the anti-white narrative. Pure fiction, of course. And fictionalized reality. Every white person is the avatar for the healthiest, for the best looking, for the wealthiest, for the most rapacious. It doesn't matter if he's living on your street and his house is cheaper and more run down than yours, and his car is cheaper and more run down than yours. He's still the representative of all that is rapacious and wealthy and evil. There is no crime against white people that is done out of magnanimity. At no point does an anti-white of any race, but most certainly like in this case, At no point are they saying, I overlook the entire anti-white narrative that I think is reality, or that is certainly is a way to serve my objective of victimizing the white race. It's certainly expedient. I'm just going to overlook all of that. I'm going to overlook all of the harm that I've learned. I'm going to overlook all of the cupidity of the white race that I've learned. I'm going to overlook it all. And then I will do this victimization. There isn't a single rape of a white woman where the rapist, especially if non-white, but if it's a white, anti-white, same as well, where they are not thinking, this is payback. This is what I'm going to do to get my revenge on the white race, to harm the white race. If for no other reason, the rape of our women should be treated 100-fold as bad as it is handled today. As much as bad as it is condemned, I guess I should say today. It should be 100-fold that. Because the purpose behind it, we know what's in your head, is to avenge yourself against the white race for fictions, for jealousy, for envy. So on that alone, I would burn them alive. That's, if I were in power, rapists would be burnt at the stake. All right, we have a comment by a person in the chat that said, the word woke allows her to express her disdain for something. So I'm going to jump right in there, the very first part of your comment here, and point out that this word is a name, a concept of their taking. And there is good reason that we say we do not give them the names of their taking and we do not take the names of their giving. Because the story that you are in is determined by the concepts, the language that you use. The life you live your story in is psychological warfare when it is the anti-white narrative. Because the author decides what ends up happening to you. The author decides the positions with which you can defend yourself. The author decides, and the authors of the anti-white narrative are anti-whites. They are the ones communicating through all of the organs in media, in industry, at university, throughout education, all the way down into the preschools. They're the ones communicating these concepts. Never use the names of their giving, ever. So that's a first big warning. Those concepts are meant to defeat you. And just by the by, they choose titles that invoke in your subconscious mind positive sentiments that you can't ignore. Even though consciously you can say, this means something ugly. Even though consciously it means that it is something ugly. Subconsciously, being awake is positive, not being unconscious, not being asleep. So you can't disassociate yourself from that because the subconscious is living 95% of your life for you. So these little blips of, and maybe more than that, depending on the person, these little blips of consciously interrupting the subconscious controlling your life is completely feckless. She says, though, she uses woke to express her disdain for something without having to say the bigoted parts out loud. The bigoted parts. So that makes me think that you are anti-white. That's what I think. That's what I think based so far on what you've written. You're not sneaking shit by here. So what are you like talking? Are you talking for us, you think? If that's what you think, unless if I have you wrong, I'll amend what I'm saying. But if that's what you think, you're not going to sneak by anti-white. You're not going to be able to come in here and slander us. No, we don't call anything woke. We call you anti-white. What you practice is anti-whiteism. That's the superset of all of the subsets. And since you're female, I'm going to guess one of the subsets, if I have you right, I might have you wrong, but if I have you right, one of the subsets of anti-whiteism is feminism. I'm going to go ahead and guess that you're one of those versions. Let's read on, though, and see. The bigoted parts out loud. I can say something is woke, in quotes, instead of, quote, it had too many gays, Asians, blacks, browns, close quote. So Lauren is anti-white garbage. I could smell you, Lauren. I could smell you. I think you should invest in Lumi and use it all over your body. You came in here and this mephitic aura, this malaise, it ended up, this miasma ended up circulating the room. And I said, I smell the anti-white that has entered. We don't talk about the identities of people. We talk about whether or not they're anti-white. We don't care about their immutable characteristic, Lauren. Doesn't that suck for you as an anti-white? Doesn't that really suck for you? You need to head on over to conservative content creators and then use that on them because they'll squirm. You're at the wrong place. You walked in here thinking you were going to drop like this bomb. You could go make conservatives squirm. You're not going to make white positive people squirm. John is here. Good to see you. I called him woke, and so I can conceal that I was meaning blacks and gays. Shut up. Can somebody roll her out of here? Can we get somebody to roll her out of here? Get the hand truck. Get the hand truck. We're going to roll her out ice style. Huh? Get the come along jack. Get the come along jack. And we will just jack her up. We'll put her on the hand truck and we'll wheel her out. USS Liberty is with us. Good to see you. Na 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 na. Hey, hey, goodbye. The Westman is here. Hello, Jason. Good to see you. Thor, appropriately writing here from Adam Smith, mercy to the guilty is cruelty to the innocent. But I'm going to add a twist to it. It's not just the victim. In fact, the victim of the crime is the least of those aggrieved. Because society is aggrieved. That's why we have justice. Because it's a breach of the social contract. That's why you execute the murderer or the rapist. Because it's a breach of the social contract. The next to last thing is to avenge the victim, the direct victim. That's the next to last thing. The very last thing would be trying to rehab the victimizer. But the reason we have justice, the reason we have laws, is to protect society, to uphold the social contract, which our governments are breaching with us since we have no justice system. Look at the people who always get away. Get away with their crimes. We have a huge, absolutely epically huge set of victories that we're going to be addressing. We're going to get into our victories. We are going to get into our lesson of the day. It is so awesome. More of your comments and questions and concerns. And we will do that right after, I think it's this.
Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate that you've ever been sold. Love ain't no streets, populous. Love ain't no streets, populous. Brother, you're welcome, brother of mine. The bonds of blood between us transcend space and time. Just love your people and become whole. Find your role eternal as part of the folk soul. Love ain't no streets, populous. 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 Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just living.
Let's get to some celebration, ladies and gentlemen. Make those raucous emojis loud and proud as we roll into the swashbuckling announcements here today. It's gorgeous. Let me know that you can hear me. All right. Big salutes to everybody. We got so many victories. We got to jump right into them, and we got to move through them relatively quickly. We want to start off, though, with Grace. Let's give some big quadruple 07s. Let's get her some gems and trophies, and let's get her some. She came up with this idea of bringing together some of the folks in this community to talk about the effects of Go Free on their lives and what it's meant to them this past week. And she reached out to the Tree Godfather, who said, I could make that happen. So we got together with this totally epic stream space on X, and it was glorious. We had Grace shared and Tree Godfather shared. I even shared, if you missed it, something that I haven't shared before about the times that there have been perturbations in my adherence to my own practice because of influences by smart, respectable people and the pressure of the idiots, and what it meant every time I more fully got back into and embracing Go Free. To me, I shared Biospirit of the West, the OT leader, shared as well. Cindy Bin shared, and Cindy Bin, it was a magnificent testimonial. Gladiator, let's give it up for Gladiator as well. And Cass, who I think might still be in the live chat, she was there and she shared about what it meant for us. So let's have a big round of raucous emojis, beginning with Grace for coming up with the idea, and the Tree Godfather making it happen, and everybody who showed up and participated on that night. It was so positive in the midst of all of the negativity of the we have Irina Zarutska murdered on this train for being white. We have Tyler Robinson murdering Charlie Kirk for getting in the way of the fruition of anti-whiteism over Western civilization. And it was just nothing but positivity, no misdirecting into conspiracy theory bullshit that's not going to achieve anything for us. This is the Church of the West. Big salutes for everybody who participated. Let's give it up for West and Franklin, who gathered our victories. They both have different criteria for gathering victories, and they both do an amazing job. And these victories, ladies and gentlemen, of promulgating the concepts in service to white well-being are just a sample of what's happening every single week by just colossal, just magnificent champions in service to white well-being. So let's give it up for both of them on that front, in addition to everything else that they do in service to white well-being. We also want to thank both of these champions. We're over in the live chat of Don Jr. We watched a little bit of Don Jr. speaking here at the Kirk Memorial. And he ended up picking up the concepts and using the concepts. And then, of course, his father used anti-white, number one son, best way to get to dad through the number one son. And that's most often the case. And we had both of them were swashing over on that chat today. So were Ivan the Horrible. And so was Janice. So was Just the Missus. So was Sour Notes. So was We Are Western Kind was there as well. And the Tree Godfather, another true hero. Doers instead of complainers. Doers instead of idlers. Doers instead of folks just seeking some entertainment. Champions, God bless. Big salutes. I want to give a gigantic salute to Stolzer. Stolzer, wherever you are, I hope you hear our applause. We are saluting you, my brother, because it was just another busy day for yours truly, and I'm hustling through life. And all of a sudden, I get this DM, and by the good fortune of God himself, this is where a creator, the God, comes in and participates. God himself brought that to my attention just at the right moment so that I would see that I got this DM. Because so many people end up sending good stuff and I miss it at the time that I really need to see it. Stolzer reaches out and he said, Heather McDonald is on a space right now. You can get there. And I put everything aside, and I got over there. You remember the great Heather McDonald, and we celebrated her to the moon and the stars and beyond. And she was there. She was over on, gosh, I wish it was, the guy's name was Maximilian. He's a politician in Germany, and big salutes to Maximilian. Big salutes, because he went ahead and had me on, and I did not know whether he was, because I put my hand up, I showed up, and I said, hey, I'm here. I would like to say a few words, and I even typed in to the thread below there, like, I just want to celebrate Heather, and I don't know if he was going to pick me or not, but he ended up picking me, so that took a lot of courage. Heather, though, by the way, she said, I see somebody named Jason would like to comment, Heather said, and he's like, yes, I will put him on right now. Big salutes, Maximilian. And I got on with Heather McDonald, but even before I got to swash gloriously like our champions, Stolzer got an opportunity to speak with her, and he also beautifully communicated the positioning of white positivity to Heather. It was glorious. God bless you, Stolzer. God bless everybody who showed up and applauded in the live chat on the spur of the moment. Everybody's got busy lives. We have a big, big thank you again, and we'll see it when it comes up in a minute, though. But I do want to say, ye old European, the Dutch translation of Go Free, and we'll talk more about it when we see the actual image. But ye old European, what a service to white well-being. Went through the entire book, translating it beautifully, and no compensation, because we don't have compensation to give. We don't have the millionaires like Charlie Kirk got. The big millionaires coming in, $150 million a year, I heard, was their budget. Do you know what we could do with $150 million? Holy God. Look at what we've done with almost no dollars. Let's keep going. Want to celebrate Dandy Westman making clips on X. I see these clips, and I try to recall if they were clips that other people made, but either way, Dandy is sharing fantastic clips on X. Big salutes to you. I know he's making some of them. Let's celebrate Dandy Westman. Let's also celebrate Endeavor. Endeavor was content creator. We actually interviewed him here several years back on the after party, and he was in a space the other day, and he was steering things to a white positive place, used anti-white narrative. Hey, Endeavor, if you can hear my voice or by way of one of us, big salutes to you, champion, for doing that. Let's get into these. We had more videos to share than this platform would allow me to load. That's how many victories that we have. But we'll get into right now. There's Zarathustra by our good friend Friedrich Nietzsche. We're going to be looking at this in a minute. We're going to be looking at that in a minute. Give it up for Anglo-Saxon and WG. 387 views and climbing on our good friend I Am Yes, You Are No. You'll have to get a screenshot of that. We got to keep moving. So many to celebrate. Celebrate Anglo-Saxon. Brilliant writing. Here he is again, this time on Matt Walsh. 409 views and counting. These are people saved because the concepts that they pick up change the story they're in, change the story you're in, you recapture your destiny. Anti-whites target Charlie for death simply because he refused to align with their ideology, exposing their intolerance for any dissent, no matter how reasoned or peaceful. By murdering whites who challenge their views through pure argumentation, anti-whites aim to intimidate and silence opposition, revealing their fear of open debate and their reliance on violence to enforce compliance. My God. You Anglo-Saxon, a swashbuckling extraordinaire, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for this hero. Here he is on Instagram. Did you know he's rocking it out of the park on Instagram? 823 lives saved by Anglo-Saxon on the account of Political Eliana on Instagram. Anti-whiteism is evil. In her audience, working up to 1,000 people in her audience. This is how it comes from everywhere. Give it up to Anglo-Saxon and WG. Again, over on Political Eliana's audience, working up to 200 right now. 7 comments. Anti-whiteism is the only evil that's legal. Share the love. Show the trophies to this man. Brilliantly done. Let's keep it going. Anti-vilification league. You know, recently this guy has swashed in on a Pegasus and gleaming like the sun. He continues to rock it. 2,300 people saved and climbing in the audience of Drew. Let's see. Pavlou. And White Erasure, renaming cities causing injury to Western kind. 2,070 likes and climbing. Give it up for Anti-Vilification League. Ghana for Western kind. 3,000 people this man saved. 225 likes and climbing. They want us to think that we're mongrels, so we'll accept wholesale white erasure. Anyone who pushes that rhetoric is an anti-white ghoul disguised as, quote, better angel of our nature. Yeah, BS. Knocked it out of the park. Planted a big Easton on their foreheads, for those who understand the comment. Let's keep it going. There's the cool, the Papa, the J, the magic on John Doyle. 251 climbing saved in John Doyle's audience. Tolerance, in quotes, was always a pretext to convince white people to lower our guard and allow ourselves to be victimized. Exactly. That is a genius dialectic right there. The cool doing it again. Here we have again the cool on Leonardo Joni. You'll have to screen cap it. He is saving over 360 people here. Screen cap it and read it later because it's smart. I've read it all. Here he is again, another 135. Yep, that was our sister, a beautiful part of our larger family that has been taken from us, and I've seen many trying to capitalize off of this tragedy. So sick. He writes on there, big salutes to the cool Papa J Magic, wielding the dialectics in addition to the lexicon with a facility that is mesmerizing. God bless this champion. True heroes, true apostles of the Church of the West, ladies and gentlemen. Let's keep it rolling. Dandy Westman. How many people? 11,000 people saved with his post here. 11,000 people empowered. And this is a post by Dandy Westman. We have a special, quote, we have a special role in the world. There is no Western civilization without Western kind, and no other civilization has done more to benefit and elevate humanity. The world needs us, as the audience takes a breath, to be proud, to do what we need, what we do best, to create order from chaos, knowledge from ignorance, liberty from tyranny, comfort from suffering, beauty from ugliness. The world needs us, close quote. Quoting yours truly here, let's give it up for the Dandy Westman, bringing honor to the house of Swash. Dr. Ricardo Duchesne sharing a totally epic meme. So for all of our meme mavens out there, I see this happening. People out there, big accounts, smart people like Duchesne here. Look at this glorious. The tide is turning. White well-being, everybody's lining up for. Anti-white narrative on the other. People are ignoring. And the website here. Let's show some love to Dr. Ricardo Duchesne. Big work there, brother. Thank you. Great work. Here we have the great Franklinator on AOC, ladies and gentlemen. The Franklinator himself over here. And the number is already up to 11,500 people. So this fast, the great Franklinator, he said, yeah, she didn't think this one through, but that's just anti-whites for you. Anti-whiteism will continue until we call it out by name, though. Give it up for the Franklinator. Showing up here, 11,500 people in the audience of AOC. Seeing the truth. Here he is as well, the great Franklinator, this time on Michael Knowles. Financially gifting $10 to get this beautiful comment. Anti-whiteism is responsible for this. Give it up for the great Franklinator there in the audience of Michael Knowles. Thousands are showing up there reading that. Many thousands. Show some love to the Franklinator. Let's keep it going. Oh, we're going to be looking at this. Glenn Beck's post. Are we having an effect, ladies and gentlemen? This is Glenn freaking Beck. The paper, which characterized the female in question as, quote, a hate-fueled attacker and, quote, anti-white. Anti-white, he says. Well, I wonder how that concept is getting into their mouths. It's not because of people saying black fatigue. It's not because of people saying it the do's. It's because of us. End of conversation. Great big salute to everyone in the community. Our good friend here, I am yes, you are no. I've got to share some great news for you all to celebrate. Our good friend, I am yes, you are no, just remonetized. Just remonetized on X. Show the man some love. Show him some love, and let's hope he uses the lexicon moving forward. He won't be demonetized for that. And he can continue making the big bucks by way of his brilliant posts. He talks here about the erasure of our people. I love that he says that our cities are being erased. Just we throw in that white erased, it makes it even a cherry on top. Give some big salutes to our brother. I am yes, you are no, and congratulations getting the monetization back. We know it was a handsome sum that they had taken from you. Ivan Zahababal here on Daniel Kincannon. 23,000 people in Daniel Kincannon's audience empowered with the totally epic meme. And Ivan writing, those who were raised inside of the anti-white narrative do not oh my God! Just talking about that. Do not magnanimously ignore the dehumanization of white people when they choose to injure one of us with an illegal move during a football game. And apply this to criminals as well. Show the love to Ivan. My God, Ivan is really coming into his own. He has graduated to even a bigger Ivan Zahababal. Here he is again on Mark Dolan. 4,000 people in that audience. He saves hundreds of likes. Where there is equality, there can be no excellence. Eventually, there can be no competence. Anti-white obedience training rots the mind. Confirmed. And this glorious meme, we make the best memes that have ever been. That's the reality. Everybody making memes we got to love and celebrate. Ivan again, this time on Morgoth, 3,000 people in Morgoth's audience being saved with this beautiful meme with white pixelating. And white pixelating is a great example of the community finding a meme curative that works, and it gets applied to the Go Free project. Ivan writes, I've heard of white pixelating where anti-whites in the media edit pictures of non-white criminals to make them look white, but this is just ridiculous. Take a look at the difference there, ladies and gentlemen. Let's show the great big love for Ivan with another humongous victory. He doesn't stop. Over 2,000 more people liberated in the audience of Oilfield Rondo. This doesn't surprise me at all, writes Ivan. The only all-white ads are for things that lead to white erasure. Plan B pills, abortion, euthanasia, military service. My God, head exploding at how brilliant this piece is. The anti-whites behind these ads truly despise Western kind. There are people with solutions with the epic meme. Keep it going. We got to keep rolling. Show this man some love. Show him some big love. Get out of your seats. Ivan liberating, manumitting over 11,000 people in Tommy Robinson's audience. The UK has become an anti-white anarcho-tyranny, and it makes me sick to my stomach. Anti-whites rape gangs are allowed to run rampant, and the UK police would rather arrest people for calling out the rampant anti-whiteism in the government. Show the love. Continue to sell it. Hundreds, working on 1,000 likes. 1,000 likes for productivity. Let's keep moving. Jay Bishop here. Now, this is not from the last week. This didn't happen this past week, but nonetheless, it's a comment that she has. I think it's pinned, working on 24,000 with the talking about the Foundation for White Wellbeing.org or .com. make sure that you visit thefoundationforwhitewellbeing.com or .org, either way. And there's a Rumble channel over there. Big salutes. This was actually last year. Let's get this number to about 223,000. You're going to be looking at this in a minute, ladies and gentlemen. We have here janitor of White Noir, Sam Hyde. How many people did he sell? Over 6,000 and climbing. We want anti-whites in prison or in non-white countries. That's right. We don't want them roaming around where our kids are. Amen to that. Big salute. Janitor of White Noir with an epic meme. Celebrate. JK160 coming in. Advocates for the well-being of white people is the advocating for the well-being of white people is the moral thing to do. 1,378 people seeing that. Hundreds of likes. Give it up for JK160. Julia here. Almost 4,000 people she's liberated in the audience of Daniel Tyree with this beautiful meme. Go be anti-white in a non-white country. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Telling them where to come. Give it up for Julia with epic work this week. Thunder Down Under. Anti-whiteism is the largest source of domestic terrorism and violence in America. If there was an ideology that ought to be proscribed as a terrorist ideology, it'd be anti-whiteism. 600 people by now and climbing. Empowered by the Lucky Lunda Post Down Under. Show him love. Here we have Gavin McInnes, ladies and gentlemen. And I think we do have that video, but this is my post on it. 2,400 people seeing this post. Gavin McInnes is right. The takeaway from the Charlie Kirk assassination is that, quote, we can finally be honest and admit that, yes, there is racism in America. It's anti-whiteism. Oh, my God. Big salutes. We'll celebrate Gavin more in a minute. We're going to be celebrating this senator in a minute. Take a look at Stumbling over here. And we got a video with Stumbling as well on Leonardo Joni. 10 pounds he financially gifted during her stream. And this was on the stream for thousands to see. They killed Charlie because he defended white Western norms. One of his final tweets said, their white guilt spell is no longer working. Close quote. Genius. Where did Charlie Kirk get white guilt and talking about white guilt? We are the community talking about it. We are no white guilt. Not the it-the-do's and not the abstraction people. Thanks, Leonardo, for standing against the evil anti-white ideology. That is a beautiful way to lead her with the praise. This is the way you go for the praise. Well done. Stumbling. Show him love. There's the video. We'll be looking at that. Stumbling here. 1,613 people celebrated in the audience or liberated in the audience on Nigel Farage. We are still grieving for Irina Zarutska, still processing the anti-white brutality of her murder, and there is a long line before her. Now this happens. A definition of war could be when there is no time to grieve before the next atrocity. I think that's brilliantly written. Rest in peace, Charlie Kirk. You are a hero. Let's give it up for the Stumbling. Man, he's knocking it out of the park, isn't he? Stumbling again, this time in the audience of UK Aesthetics. White erasure is sick. And he shares the beautiful meme, Britain is being white erased, with NoWhiteGuilt.org to tell people where to go. How many people in UK Aesthetic are liberated by this? 6,300 people and climbing, being empowered. And I think Stumbling may have even made the meme there. Show the man some love. The Blue Flame on Fleckes Talks. Swashing gloriously. 600 likes, people liberated with this comment. I'm so sick of anti-whiteism. Who else? Genius level there. The Blue Flame getting 600 people in this audience saying, yes, It's the anti-whiteism is the problem. What we're doing is working, folks. Keep at it. Oh, we're going to be watching Gavin. Take a look at the Tree Godfather. Nearly 2,000 people liberated in the audience of AF Post. Anti-white garbage, he writes with this fantastic, eye-catching meme. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. Versatile. Our swashbucklers are the most versatile on planet Earth. Our special operators. We are the special operators of white well-being. Godfather again. This time in the audience of I Hypocrite. And let me tell you, a lot of those people need help. A bunch of anti-whites. Writes the Tree Godfather. Another gorgeous meme right here. Only an anti-white is disturbed by this. Liberating the heroes. I saw them using those words over in the audience of I Hypocrite, so I think he's doing it. Shut up, bitch. It's the Tree Godfather. Tree Godfather back again, this time in the audience of James Wood, liberating 6,300 people, over 1,000 likes and climbing. She was murdered for being white, all caps, not because of how she votes. Remember that precisely. Not because she's a Republican, not because she's a Christian or Catholic or Mormon, not because of her nationality. Murdered for the way she was born. Give it up for the genius of the Godfather. He's back again. 4186 human beings liberated in the audience of Leonardo Joni. We got to keep moving. Screenshot it. Show the man some love, ladies and gentlemen. Almost 200 likes. Swashing beautifully. Here he is again in the audience of Leonardo Joni, sharing this meme. They are not stupid, crazy, or hypothetical. The audience has to take another breath. They are anti-white. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Nearly 3,000 people seeing this and being empowered by the great Godfather. He is still, oh my God, this guy is going through with a swashing sickle of fire. Almost 2,000 people liberated in the audience of the White House on their X account. Legal white erasure is still white erasure. God bless him. Ladies and gentlemen, let's keep it moving along. Biosphere of the West, the OT leader. 3,384 people saved in the audience of AF Post. White erasure still flying along at top speed under Trump. Indeed, that's exactly what we were alluding to earlier. Beautiful and perfect epic meme to signal and give the point quickly with the website for people to find us. There it is. Show the West big love and keep going for the West in your celebration. This time in the audience of Evelina Hanna. They are white erasing us from our own countries. Anti-whiteism must be stopped. Look at this epic meme that he shared. 3,000 people in Evelina's audience getting the message, and will begin using the right verbiage. Western kind art swashing in this week. Almost 9,000 people in the audience of, is that Niu? Western kind art writing, I guess it's Abhi and Niu. You are not American. So, for actual Americans, perhaps the dream is returning. Yes. Exactly. 9,000. Let's hope they all followed Western kind art. Art is life. Right over to her account. Look at this. Working toward 1,000 likes. Well done, sister. Oh my God, look at this. Yes, look at this. Anti-whiteism is a bigger problem, writes Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. Can somebody reach out to this guy and tell him we're celebrating him for this? Bigger problem than any of you know. We have so many folks swashing on this guy over the years, including Yiz the Unifier. And here he comes out with an entire video titled Anti-Whiteism. Anti-Whiteism. Sticks, Hex, and Hammer doing nuclear level good for white well-being in Western countries, which benefits all people in Western countries. Big salutes to this guy. Everybody on their feet. Somebody let him know that we're celebrating him during the swashing celebrations. And celebrate Yiz and everybody who's been swashing on stick sex. I know some swashed for a long time. Then they gave up, and then others. But it's happened, folks. Styx is going white positive. We did this. And we've got much more to share. Let's show you some of the new version, the horizontal version of the vid that the great Tree Godfather, he made a horizontal version. Let's have a look. Our children are priceless, and we would do anything to protect them. So why aren't you using Go Free to protect them from the most harmful ideas? Decades in the making, Go Free is a simple yet brilliant practice designed to free us from destruction. We're not going to watch the whole thing, but give it up. There are multiple memes show up on the screen as it rolls through. Make sure you share this version, the horizontal version. Let's have a quick listen to this as well.
War on whites. I mean, my God, if you're a white male, a heterosexual white male in the United States, and you have very, very high medical school admission test scores, these are the standardized test scores that college seniors.
Let's celebrate the great Heather MacDonald. Let's celebrate Maximilian, who brought us on. Let's celebrate the great Stolzer, who let me on to chat there.
Never been as big a fan of yours as I.
And that was me as I was on. Big salutes, big celebration. Let's keep it rolling, ladies and gentlemen, with our next, which is Janitor of White Noir, swashing on Mark Mitchell and bringing this to my attention.
It's like, yeah, this is one of the interesting things. We track the Overton window here. And as you all know, the Overton window has been moving.
Now, it's not what Mitchell says, but it's what our brother here writes and Mitchell leaves on the screen. It's anti-white resentment that has increased. We can trust that crime data because the anti-white ideology has cooked the stats, while white well-being method calls that a hush crime. Ladies and gentlemen, the audience taking another breath. It sounds like, let's give it up for our champion right here. No White Guilt NWG, sharing the website here, nowhiteguilt.org, Westman Positivity. And let's give it up there for Mark Mitchell, who left this on the screen so that somebody else could speak for him in a way that he's not necessarily yet comfortable yet. I gotta love it. Show the love. One step at a time, we're taking lives and our destiny back. Let's head on over to the one and only Senator Eric Schmidt of Missouri. And let's celebrate. I don't have the name written down. Whoever, you know who you were, but we'll celebrate you for bringing this to my attention. God bless you.
Wing. The ICE facilities firebombed, left wing. The Minnesota Catholic school shooting, left wing. The anti-white Charlotte and North Carolina stabbing, left wing. The attempted Utah news.
Yes, we did this. He ran down through all of these events, just calling them left wing, until he got to Zeruska and he says anti-white stabbing. That is because of the dialectic and the arguments that we are waging, ladies and gentlemen, all over social media. Senator Schmidt, big salutes, brother. Let's keep it going.
Shout out to Jason Cohn at No White Guilt and his book Go Free, that teaches how to disarm anti-whites and cure ourselves of anti-white indoctrination. Okay, thank you for that, Stumbling. I'm going to look that up. I will follow him. I fully agree, man. Whatever we can do to arm ourselves with weapons against their ideology, because we should be trying to set as many of them free. Can I
give it up for Stumbling? What an epic post to get up in front of Leonardo Joni and her entire audience. 10 pounds financial gifting, so his own hard-earned money, making this brilliant comment, leading people back to the source. The great Stumbling is at it again, ladies and gentlemen. Now, you've got to listen to the one and only Gavin McInnes, who we are clearly bringing around by the force and pressure of all of our labors.
Shit is out of the way. We've peeled back the curtain. Everything is exposed now. And that's what is meaningful about Charlie Kirk's death. That we can finally be honest and admit that, yes, there is racism in America. It's anti-whiteism.
Oh my God. On
And
your feet.
DEI doesn't work, and we are way too soft on crime, and the left have lost their fucking minds.
We got another one. Gavin McInnes didn't just stop. He's going full white positive, ladies and gentlemen. Let him know that we celebrated him.
The same way he was a catalyst, she's a catalyst, because she shows us that we have a real racial problem in America, but it's not the one we thought we had. We have deep-seated animosity for white people in America, and it's from these Marxists brainwashing our children. And it's on all sides. White people hate white people. Black people hate white people. I think most of the anti-Semitism you're seeing is anti-whiteism. And they say as much. They say Israel's on stolen land, Australia's on stolen land. There was a Palestinian conference recently in New York where they talked about how we have to not just abolish Israel from the river to the sea, we need to abolish America. So they don't care about Russia and Ukraine because that's white on white crime, but they see Israel and Palestine as white on brown, and you always root for the brown underdog. And that's defined American politics for far too long, and I think it's finally over. Like
that, ladies and gentlemen, is the argument that I and we have been making for years. It is for years coming out of Gavin McInnes's mouth to his massive audience and everybody he influences, the entire network he runs. The anti-Semitism is actually anti-whiteism. They're just starting to include Jews in the hatred of white people. He's got it 100% right. He also said that it's all about hating whites hating whites, non-whites hating whites. Oh my God, everybody on their feet. This is revolutionary. We are absolutely changing the entire narrative with almost $0, only with our genius, our dedication, our tenacity, and our heroism. God bless every single one of you, and we'll be right back. Wow. Unfreaking believable successes. The evidence that we are changing the conversation so far beyond this community, reaching they can deboost the ever-living shit out of me, and they do, all across social media. But the people we're reaching, according to our plan on how to do that, are picking up the dialectics, the arguments. Those were arguments that you just heard out of him about the anti-Semitism is really anti-whiteism. And then it's all about being opposed to white people, both white and non-white opposed to white people. And then the lexicon itself using anti-whiteism. He said, there is racism. It's anti-whiteism is what it is. These reaching into the senator's mouth, reaching into comedians' mouths, reaching into huge content creators' mouth, platform owners like Gavin McInnes and more. That is because of the work of this community. The plans from the very beginning. Imagine the special warfare operators making that happen exactly as we articulated it would happen. Heaven is ours for the taking, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is here for us to recapture our destiny. The plan is working. If you're not here, you're a do nothing. If you don't want to be one of these special warfare, special love fair operators, then you're doing nothing. You don't care about white people, because nothing could work more than this. Bring to mind all of the people, and that's just a fraction of the number of people that I have shared with you all have told me over the years, this would never work. None of this would ever work. That the concepts were cringe, that no one would ever say them. The plans would never work. You could never get the opposition to use our concepts. You could never get them to conform to our story. You could never get bigger content creators and politicians and millionaires and etc. to ever use this lexicon. You could never do any of it, and we have done it all. We have done it all, and we continue to do it. No more evidence could it be more salient than the truth and veracity and success of what we have planned all along. And you are a part of it. You are a living legend if you are part of this. God bless all of you. Big salute to everybody who was celebrating as well. That's what we do for each other here. There is no one central person to aggrandize and to run around to the public and say, look how smart this person is. No, everybody here is on the stage. Everybody here is a player. Everybody here is a hero for white well-being. God dang, unbelievable. 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 My God, don't ever come in here. If you're one of those Fuentes boy crushers, or you're one of these, don't ever come in here and tell me that your boy has done X, Y, or Z. Don't ever come around. You all haven't done shit. Nothing. Nothing. And shame on the totality of the white sympathetic sphere. Every single one of them who is not acknowledging this. I am your better, and God will make you know it. God himself will make you know it. You chiseling little ungrateful bitches. Planned from the very beginning. Everybody said it couldn't be done. Well, fuck you. Let's keep rolling. Keep the celebrations going, as we got to turn on the AC in here. More AC. Keep it going for Anonymous. Financially gifting $50. $50. I am feeling so exuberant. I would probably be unable to sit in this seat if it weren't for the mortality. I could launch. Imagine planning this and it coming to fruition. And not only having to wage this conflict for, or against rather, anti-whites and anti-whiteism, but against all of those who I thought were going to be our allies, who I thought were going to cooperate, who I thought would play a part, who I thought would want to celebrate these victories. Imagine that against not only not having them, and against the anti-whites, but also against those same so-called allies. And we are still doing this. What a success story. What a absolutely colossal success story. Yeah, Gavin McInnes would have never talked to me. Leonardo Joni won't talk to me. I mean, we can go down the list. I don't think I've ever reached out to Gavin. I'll have to look. But if I could reach out to him 100 times. I reached out to Charlie Kirk, never talked to me. All the years. The only way it's able to happen is because all of you heroes, knights of the white table, are communicating the lexicon and the dialectics of the Go Free dialogic. And it's exactly as planned. Picked up because it works. Even against this poison, this noxiousness in the air of the cuckery and the schmuckery. Even against it all, it's still being picked up. So much so that we have huge platform owners and content creators that articulate the exact same thing that we have been arguing. I literally on streams, numerous streams. Do you know how many messages of hate I got when I said that the first time on stream, or maybe the biggest time, the time that it got the most attention, when I said that the anti-Semitism is anti-whiteism? Some of you probably received the same sort of vitriol from these scabrous losers. My God. And now here it is. Oh my freaking God. Wow. Don't have a budget of 150 million. Don't have some foreign country pulling for me because they like to vex the Jewish people. Don't have some foreign country pulling for me in the background, and for all of you in the background, because we're undermining the unity of Western nations by whatever we're arguing. No help whatsoever except by God himself. No help whatsoever except from God himself. Let's keep the celebrations going. Dude Bro Moment, $20 or $50. $50. We do have a 25 over here. But $50, the great Dude Bro Moment on the Dude Bro Moment platform. 50 white well-being dollars. He writes for white well-being. Keep it going. For Hyperborean Dream over here on Entropy, the Dude Bro Moment platform, $25. 25 Rescue the White Race from Oblivion Dollars. And he writes for white well-being around the globe. Big salutes. Hyperborean Dream. Show the love to these gentlemen. Let's get some raucous emojis. Let's show them some love as we refresh. Continue the love showing. Continue the showing of love, the love showing. First, last. Financially gifting today, $200. $200. And he writes with those 200 beautiful, we are going to recapture our destiny dollars. He says, keep pushing forward, brother. I ask if the first last is in the live chat. He's been around in the white sympathetic sphere for a while. And I ask all of you, Tree Godfather's been here a long time. How many of you who've been around for a good little while in the white sympathetic sphere have ever seen an entity, a group in service to white well-being that said, we can, if we do this, we can achieve this. And these are the road signs. This is what happens. And then you see that happen clearly beyond their ability to manipulate people or scare people and what they think will happen to their audience, etc. And see that never. Big salutes. Keep it going for the great Corey. Corey's in the house over here with $50. With those $50, he says he's putting himself standing in the pose of Superman ahead of all of our people, saying not one more inch, not one more victimization. The great Corey, $50. He says here, that I guess he's working again. He says, sorry, I can't participate today, but big 07s. We'll show you the love, brother. You'll see it in replay. All right, let's see if there are any others to celebrate. We'll come back to the rest of the financial gifts here. All right. No mail in the mailbag. Domatological mailbag today, so we will keep rolling, and we will give a thank you to RZ Financially Gifting, $5 over here. Thank you so much, RZ. He says, savage inequalities, brethren. I don't know what you're referencing there. Tag me as No White Guilt. We have here Weldon, $5 financial gift. Thank you so much, Weldon. Weldon writes with his $5, Jesus is God. Thank you so much, and good to see you. Yiz the Unifier, financially gifting today, $5. And she writes with her $5, weekly folk tithe for white well-being. Thank you, Yiz the Unifier. Let's see if we have anybody over on Subscribe Star. Nope, didn't miss anybody there. Let's swivel back around. I think that was it on Entropy. It was. And over on D Live, Truth is Our Reality donated a, what in the world is that? One of their cryptocurrencies. Let's see. Is that a lemon? Is that a white lemon? What is that? Oh, it says hi in cryptocurrency. Thank you for that. Truth is our reality. Take a look at the chat. on Rumble. All right. I don't see any financial gifts. I'll be coming back around for tags. Good work, everybody. I mean, great work. Great work. Great work. Wow. And thank you all for celebrating. Big salutes to every single one of you. And we'll take another look at the platforms for financial gifting before we get out of here to make sure we didn't miss anybody. Masumik is here. She just wrote, Kirk's memorial was long and intense. Hard says, listen to Brethren's. Oh, that's an album? Music? Tag me again. Is it music? I've not heard of that. Hank Soulman is here. Danunaki is here. It's important to remember, we plant seeds, says Hank. Not many will get it at first. Exactly. Many will reject it, but they will come around if they truly love white people. It can take years. Patience. Amen. Very well said. Big salutes to you, brother. So very true. Yeah, and it's taking longer than it would because of the schmucks who were supposed to come away from the schmuckery. And once they saw our successes, but they've revealed themselves that they're not really here for white well-being. I mean, how much more evidence do you need? How much more evidence? So it's not about white well-being. God knows that it's not about white well-being for these people. That's why their lives end up being shit. The ADL and all these anti-white entities, they need to learn that it's not about white people and our well-being. Those people just hate you. They just hate Jews. They don't care about white people. We have something that's working for white people. Do you see them? ADL, do you see them here? No. We got a couple of comments. Let me try these. I don't know if it's going to help. It's an adversary over here on Twitter says it's wild to watch a guy talking about doers and he has no children, personally contributing to the decline of the white race. Yeah, because pardon me, because producing a bunch of bastard children, like I'm sure you did, or white kids in general, that end up becoming anti-white, just like Tyler Robinson, is how you benefit the white race. We have a tool. So you are clearly anti-white. This is clearly working. This is clearly helping white children. You're doing nothing for white children. I mean, maybe you have a bastard child or two. Maybe you get to see them 50% of the time or whatever it is. My guess, I would put money on it. You're somehow doing more for the white race. This is clearly an anti-white piece of shit. Probably a Jew hater. He has no children. Meanwhile, he probably lauds Hitler, who also had no children. Instead of, this is the lamest freaking argument. Instead of making any effort to add to our people's population, the white race was infinitely healthier than at the population it was. It was 100% of most European countries, 90+% of America. And listen, you dumbass, look at the white race today. So does producing white people help in and of itself? Of course not. He says, instead, he makes an effort to add to our people, instead of making an effort to add to our people's population. He spends time trying to convince his followers to follow in his footsteps on the path of extinction. But we just are demonstrating all the evidence. You have no idea how fucking dumb you look. You have no idea what a dumb shit you are. This is the kind of vegetables that talk in the white sympathetic sphere, the explicit white sympathetic sphere. Really makes it clear what his priorities are. And it's not more white children. Fucking loser. Scum. This is, I hope God finds you in a way that you don't want him to find you. Right? I'm not like one of these love the enemy, turn the other cheek. I hope you get a severe, and I call down on you, a severe cursing from God himself. All the good we're doing for the white race, and you show up slandering me. I'm sure it's because I'm not a Juiceberg. Garbage individual. I mean, there are other groups of people out there that just wander around having sex and producing a bunch of illegitimate children, a bunch of bastards, and you want to emulate them. Tells us everything we need to know about you. I guarantee you he has Hitler memes. I guarantee it. All right. We should rewrite that song, that loser baby. So we'll make it, instead of I, we'll make it he. He's a loser baby, so why don't you kill him? Get crazy with the cheese whiz. Remember that song? I hated it. Cool Bubba says, lots of alleged white sympathetics with egg on their faces as the Go Free concepts continue to spread far and wide. So, yeah, exactly. Well said. Cool. What would you rather have, for example? Some inbred, low IQ'd vegetable reproducing with other inbred, low IQ vegetables? How about some guy, some hothead that is going to run out into the streets and punch people and then go to prison for it? Or the concepts that liberate us communicated to larger and larger and more personalities, which will communicate them to larger and larger and more powerful personalities? What would you rather have? Positivity Infinite says she blamed, quote, old white men for everything. Gave her going free. She now prioritizes white well-being. Positivity? You're talking about Leonardo Joni? Who are you talking about? Tag me again. You gave her a copy that reached her? Bass, good to see you. I think I said hello. Anti-whiteism ends with you. Good to see you. Westman Positivity in the house. Gnostic Truth is here. Oh, wait, no, Positivity is talking here about a librarian that he had. This is even better because this is a personal contact. So a librarian that blamed everything on white males, so the white race, anti-whiteism, he gave a copy of Go Free to, and now she now prioritizes white well-being. My God, let's show some love. Let's show some love. Big salutes. Big salutes to Positivity, brother. 007s, well done. Swashing in person. What a victory. Gave her the book. Hey, or you could be this guy on X here, and you could go impregnate some hideous, low IQ female. Or you could do what positivity did. Big salutes, brother. Well done. We have one person in the chat that was trying to sectarianize our race. These groups of whites are better than those groups of whites. We don't sectarianize. Go Free teaches you that. It's clear that we have the path to, I mean, you've never seen anything like this in your life. I've never seen anything like it in my life. Slots sharing here. Oh, that same person says with your objection. So that person's objections to the defense of white people collectively, and your concern about ethnic erasure of distinct white ethnicities. Aha. Great work, everybody. Yeah, that same person in a deleted comment said, you could send 50,000 people to South Africa, but you won't do it. Are you playing a video game? What in the hell's wrong? Grow up. Well, you could. This all could be settled in a day if by God, why don't we just take up arms? It'd be settled in a day. But you won't do it. So I'm just going to keep sitting here producing bastard children with a little pee-pee. Where's my dip can? Where's my dip? I'm gonna get online real quick and I'm gonna tell this smarty pants that keeps having these victories how insecure I feel. I'm gonna tell him how wrong he is. Thanks so much. Or the other version is, I want to pretend like he doesn't exist. Never talk. Shut up. Don't talk about him. You talk about him, people will find out all their successes. We're trying to keep that on the down low as they imitate blacks. We're trying to keep it on the down low. Okay, great. Just like, this is like the inbred part of the theater. That's where all of this comes from. Weston says, all my kids will be raised on Go Free. Oh, let's show the man some love. Let's show him some love. Snap it out. That moron has no clue what he's talking about. Exactly. God bless you for that. We've had a couple shows where I've gone through, and maybe we'll have to do it again, where I go through and share how if you inoculate your white children to anti-whiteism, the evidence of anti-whiteism, the arguments that they make that manipulated Tyler Robinson, that manipulated Robin, that manipulated so many others into being anti-white, work in our favor. Could you imagine sitting in a meeting with me decades ago, and I'm like spelling this out, and then other people in the room are like, nah, it can't be done. Can't be done. You know what, when I see like the memes, the comments you all make, how they hit my mind, is that when I first got involved, I delivered tens of thousands of leaflets. It's got to be more than 20,000. It feels like that were garbage. You know, that I'd be looking at and I'd be like, is this the best that these people can do? This doesn't persuade for shit as I look at it. This is a terrible argument. This is terrible layout, terrible everything. So when I see your comments on social media it could be just the comment. It strikes me as like a leaflet being passed to someone, because that's where I was paying dues. When I see sometimes you all just put a meme up, sometimes some verbiage and a meme, it strikes me as the leaflets. And I think those work. That will work. That will persuade. And look at the difference. Look at what's happening. I asked at least once time's coming to mind right now. Do we know how many people joined the organization as a result of the leaflet distribution? I mean, do we ever measure? No. Has there been any? And can you ask? Has there been? And then they come back. No new members from this several gigantic leaflet drops. None. So no opinions change, no new numbers, no new, etc. So now you have something, the lexicon dialectics, to get to our people with, and now they work. Got the white race. There was that black guy that was I think a black nationalist. He used to, and maybe he still watches, but got himself banned one night, messing with the mods. But he talked in a video that I watched about us and me. And he was saying, man, they got something. They're like that guy, those people, they're like looking at their people. They want to know they're talking about how to stop themselves getting victimized. He also thought I was hilarious. But everybody can see and come to the proper conclusion. Radical anti-whites will lie about that. But nevertheless, First Lad says, I'm here. He's 4 hours behind, so he's not really here. Henry says, how was your eureka moment when you realized we needed to come up with new words and the plan to path the path to victory became clear? It's not like the movies, my friend. That's all I can say. It's very human and organic. And I try to communicate that in Crucible. And maybe on some Wednesdays, we'll read parts of Crucible for a change as well, for fun. But we're going to get into our lesson here in just a minute. But that's a great question. I appreciate it. There wasn't a moment. Well, let me rephrase. The moment I realized that the concepts determined the story, and the story that we live our lives in being the most important thing, came later than the creation of the first concepts, because I was just confronted with concepts that were harmful, and then thinking we need concepts that work. And there were people out there who tried to create, when I looked into and explained this, there were people out there trying to create, neoterize brand new words and everything. And that's where I was just like, no, you can't, because then you have to educate the listener on what all that means. They've got to be able to just boom, blue and white collar, pick it right up. So it was in the creation of concepts that served us rather than harmed us, undermined us, that I realized, wow, there's like a cohesive collection of concepts that compose this anti-white narrative that is destroying us. And I slowly realized that's psychological warfare. We're living in what is largely fiction. And so if we have concepts that benefit us, that collection of concepts will compose a story. And then once I understood these concepts, then I could build on that and make it stronger. So it's like these little moments of realization and then chaining them together. And as I've said, you're probably one of them. so many of the people who are here, not everyone, but so many, were kind of getting the same things to this degree or that degree, maybe a little bit more in this area, a little bit less in that area. And then they find the community where it's happening, and they do the right thing, which is say, I'm going to put my shoulder into that. This is along the lines of what I was thinking. And so I'm going to put my shoulder into that. We call that blind sight. I'm going to put my shoulder into that. People who are not good people show up, they see what we're doing, and they think, I'll steal that. I'll co-opt it. I'll go create my own thing. I'll just go someplace else. So God bless all of you who, to whatever degree, had blind sight or didn't even have blind sight, but you're here now and you realize it's the right thing and you're putting your shoulder into it. You're not going to find anything else working especially that doesn't have a poison pill that undermines it, like this response to Charlie Kirk being assassinated, fraught with poison pills undermining any sort of revival. All right, let's get to this lesson. Great question, Henry. Thank you. And then I guess to answer the rest of your question, then we confront the challenges, as they come to us. So the challenge of how do we reach people? Well, before the internet was strong, I was going about it the way that it was gone about. Pike was his name. I just remember. Talking about the mailing list, remember? I think his name was Pike. You all can look him up. And I considered mailing lists. I looked at mailing lists, and the costs were insane, and you didn't know what you would get. And nobody was willing, of course, to share mailing lists, least of all with some guy with an idea that everybody was rejecting because they were jealous of. So I went to as meetings as I could, as many conferences, handed out the literature. I paid people I just remembered as I was thinking about, I paid people to distribute my literature in neighborhoods. And I had instances where they took the money and then just dumped the leaflets. Because these were not white positive people. I was just hiring random people to get the message out. But most of the time, even if they did a shitty job, they at least delivered the leaflets. Usually what I would have them do is roll up the documents and stick it in the storm door handle of houses. And I would drive randomly around to make sure that they were actually doing the job and would deserve the money. That was all money coming out of my own pocket. That was such a pain in the ass. That was such a remarkable pain. And one guy hired ended up telling me he was homeless. He didn't tell me any of this stuff before. Asked for a bunch of favors. And I was like, man, the guy's sitting right in my car. So, we get to the point where we can get on the internet and begin reaching out to people. And then you had the shunting and then realizing, well, we got to target then the people who are the tall poppies at the moment. We got to focus more energy on them. So we're just taking all of this. That's what I'm saying. If we had $150 million a year budget that TPUSA has, if that's the accurate number, if we had that kind of money, my God, so many plans would be able to be implemented, and the good ones kept and magnified, built upon, and the bad ones we'd get rid of, because the objective is just white well-being. The objective is ending our victimization. So it's very easy when you get in these communities, we got to get to the lesson, but when you get into these communities where it's all like abstractions for cucks, or it's anti-non-white in the schmuck world, they really can't think well almost at all about marketing. It's a struggle for so many of them. I mean, a big, like, impossible. Because how do you, they don't even want to entertain conversations about marketing. You're playing the villain if you're schmucking it out there. All right. Anti-white narrative. Remember, tag me as No White Guilt. And I will take a quick look, see if I have any tags. I don't think I have any tags on Rumble. I don't think I missed anybody. Okay, good. First Lad says he's working on the budget of $150 million a year. Thanks, brother. Notice the immediate objection from the anti-white pig when he said anti-white stabbing. Which particular one are you talking about? When I was in high school, I was wondering, how could whites be so privileged when all the social pressure is rigged against us? And we all have to unanimously assume whites are immoral, says Henry. Absolutely. So you were having that blind sight about anti-whiteism. The lie there. Now we began, and I'll just read here, and you can still tag me with any thoughts you have of anti-whiteism and the anti-white narrative. Anti-whiteism is all of the concepts, ideologies, actions, and everything deriving therefrom, such as opinions, policies, laws, rules, that inflict injury on Western kind and Western civilization. And you remember we talked last week about the use of pretexts that we call MIS, M-I-S, moralization, intellectualization, and sentimentalization. All of the pretexts, the excuses that anti-whites will give to get to these anti-white outcomes will fit nicely into one or more of those categories. And when you're having a conversation with an anti-white or vague who is nervous about being immoral, caring for the white race, you'll watch their mind go back and forth across the pretexts. And it's fascinating to see how they will grope for these excuses. We read, as anti-whites and anti-white doctrines predominate the news and entertainment media, governments, universities, and church leadership, the anti-white narrative is the official narrative of Western civilization. The daily, historical, civilizational story within which we live our lives. So it is incorrect to talk about a multiple narratives unless you specifically are stating within the anti-white narrative. That is the narrative of Western civilization. Political regime narratives are within the anti-white narrative. Cultural narratives are within the anti-white narrative. There aren't competing narratives for Western civilization. There is just the anti-white narrative. It so predominates and masters the totality of the West that to argue otherwise is to either not understand, be too stupid, be malicious. The narrative we live in, it's important to understand and appreciate it. That's why if you understand and appreciate it, like our champion here is going to be inoculating his children against anti-whiteism, you understand then that everywhere the kids go, they're going to witness anti-whiteism, just like we did, without realizing it. You're the deep sea fish in the water. You don't know that there's water. You could end up like so many of the champions over the years here who have shared these moments of great pride when their children come to them with instances of anti-whiteism that they themselves didn't even notice. Imagine a liberated generation of white people from anti-whiteism. Imagine how powerful that group of people would be for the white race. Everywhere they go, and for parents, this is really important. Children hate parents. It's so widespread that there's a notion that it's normal for children to rebel and destroy what the parents have built and their ancestors. That's not normal. Nothing would have ever been built. It is normal for the youth to have energy. Where do you direct the energy? Well, in the past, we directed it to improving what we have, not destroying anything that has come to work for us and be a harmonious representation of ourselves in the real world. So what ends up happening when you don't inoculate your kids, as so many of the leaders, and we point out so many times in the white sympathetic sphere, the explicit ones, their kids become anti-white, even in the households of what you would maybe understand to one degree of correctness, that they are concerned with white people, or at least claiming that. Then their children end up being radical anti-whites. Why? Because the kids go out in the world and they learn from the world anti-whiteism, and that's what's moral. That's what everybody considers moral. Then they view their parents as the anomaly, or their parents as the anomalies. They come back and hate on the parents. If you inoculate your children, which is one of the big arguments I've had with Jared Taylor, as you all know, where he says, no, you let them come to their own opinions. And I say, absolutely not. When you inoculate them, they go out in the world, and when there's an anti-white commercial, they say, aha. When they go to school and the teacher says something anti-white, they say, aha, mom and dad were right. That's exactly what they warned me about. And every time that a child, if you think it works for you, you just wait for children with very little in their heads. Every single time they're able to put that together, that is a resilience that they're building to anti-whiteism, protecting their biospirit, their talents, physically, mentally, and spiritually, their health, their longevity. There's never been anything like this. It's amazing. The anti-white narrative is fiction, and it is debunked by lived experience and unfiltered statistics. This is a subject about the cognitive dissonance that is another victimization of the white race, living our entire lives in this cognitive dissonance. We don't get to live again. It undermines our lives to some degree, a significant degree, living with a reality that we have to pretend is the exact opposite. In addition to MPs and other tools of persuasion, anti-whites enforce the narrative by stigmatizing, pathologizing, and criminalizing. Those are three important ones to remember: stigmatizing, pathologizing, and criminalizing. Everyone and everything that deviates from the anti-white narrative. We've experienced this in countless iterations in education and entertainment, where it's infinitely more powerful. Conversely, those who articulate and enforce the anti-white narrative are often rewarded for these anti-white acts. Anti-whites derive the narrative from anti-whiteism and the application of anti-white lenses to historical, contemporary, and forecasted events. Here's a great example of an anti-white lens. The late night talk show host who just lost it all, Kimmel, was using an anti-white lens to look at the event of Charlie Kirk's assassination. Anti-white lenses are derived from mispretexts, moralized, intellectualized, stigmatized, sentimentalized, and meme pathogens. MPs. Anti-whites use mispretext MPs, anti-white interpretive mandates. Remember, we talked about that. The second part of what an MP is. And anti-white lenses in circular reasoning to prove their arguments. You don't believe me? Have a conversation with an anti-white. You'll watch them go in circles. MP, interpretive mandate, mispretexts, they'll just keep going around. Anti-white narrative, anti-white lens on history, they'll just keep doing circles. Each anti-white-ism proves all of the rest. As such lenses are rooted in a deeply concealed jealousy and envy of Western kind, they often conflict superficially. And this is where we get the notions, the erroneous notions, that anti-whites are hypocrites. And what's really amazing is, like in Collett's audience there, when I talked about this, the chat filled with people talking about how hypocritical the anti-whites are. There isn't a bit of hypocrisy at all. And I was amazed that you could be in that community for that long, some of them, and still be concluding that there's anything hypocritical about what they do. You know, I since then, you see this two-tier policing nonsense. That's a meme pathogen. What is that playing on? This notion that it's hypocritical policing. There's nothing hypocritical about it. It is that you have an erroneous understanding, an incorrect understanding of anti-whiteism, of anti-whites. And therefore you come to an erroneous, incorrect conclusion. I give an example here of anti-whites attacking wealth in one instance, when they're talking about wealth held by the white race, either directly or indirectly, and then laud the holding of wealth when it is held and employed by an anti-white for anti-white objectives. It's not hypocrisy. Both arguments arrive at anti-white conclusions. And I say here on page 36, seeing anti-white hypocrisy, and this is me being nice, is at least the first step. But the goal is to see that there is no hypocrisy. So the real couple of big takeaways here. We don't live in an objective reality. We live in a fictional and fictionalized history narrative that is anti-white. It should always be called the anti-white narrative. None of it is not anti-white. All of the institutions of any power, and this is why it's so important today and last week to talk about this, continue in the present, taking strides into the future within the anti-white narrative, employing the social morality of the day in the West, which is the anti-white immoral imperative, measuring all things for their morality on an anti-white or by an anti-white benchmark. Does that make sense? So you can have instances like this. You can have instances where you have this frenetic energy, and we're happy about that white people are showing up with this frenetic energy in Australia, in the UK, and elsewhere, showing up with this frenetic energy after Charlie Kirk's assassination, motivated by angst to what's happening to our world, the white erasure of our towns, the murder of our people, the wanton Minneapolis-style beatdowns of whites, the clear anti-whiteism motivated by this angst and the erasure, the white erasure of systems in place to protect us, like the justice system, like law enforcement. And so experiencing angst, experiencing fear, they are motivated then by an adrenaline-fueled frenetic energy and are powerless. They're effectively blind. getting into the streets, going to pray at a vigil, shouting for free speech or an end to immigration or what have you. But where is this going? What is the narrative they're in? What's the social morality that they continue to hold? You can easily see the direction. It ends up being nothing but a minor blip. And the further you get away from the blip, the smaller it appears. 10 years from now, the blip of Charlie Kirk's assassination will seem very small, completely insignificant. 300,000 showing up for a memorial. A man murdered, a white man murdered for wanting to sit down and have conversations with anti-whites of various degrees, or more anti-white than he was, at least. It'll seem really minor. So none of these things can recapture our destiny and end our victimization. But with the right tools, the white race doesn't need this to achieve its victory, the recapture of our destiny. But it can indeed empower these blips when they occur. Imagine if we here had gotten started 10 years earlier, maybe even 5 years earlier. Imagine what the Charlie Kirk situation might look like. Imagine the content creators and what they might be saying about the assassination, about the follow-up, about these kind of poisoned takes of Christianity that some people are sharing. If we did all of this uphill against the wind with not only the anti-whites, but people who are supposed to be our allies, and we achieved all this at this point, imagine 5 or 10 years earlier. There'll be other blips. There are going to be plenty more, mark my words, you can take it down as another prediction. There are going to be plenty of more blips across the West of white people freaking out, the frenetic energy blowing up, and there being a lot of ruckus and nothing coming from it. It'll diminish if we're not there for them, if we don't empower them. Imagine 5 years from now or 10 years from now, a Conor McGregor maybe standing instead of a Tommy Robinson at the head of a frenetic white crowd that is fearful, that doesn't know what to think and say. But Conor has learned what to say. And then he's up at the front with the flags of his country and his countrymen, and he's talking about anti-whiteism and white erasure in their country. And the power then, the power communicated to the totality of that blip. Imagine what that is the opportunity to engender. This impetus then in the body of the white race. People would imitate that all around the world. We need some of these people, and that's the direction we're working, to take this up so that this ends up in the mouths of such individuals. It's not going to come out of people who are established in cuckery or schmuckery. It's going to come from new personas. It might be. I mean, we got Donald Trump to say anti-white and that it was wrong and shouldn't be allowed. We got Don Jr. to say more anti-whiteism, anti-white, white erasure. So some of them will be informed by the concepts that we're sharing. But just imagine the future blips. And one of them, maybe with Conor McGregor at the front, but a Conor McGregor figure at the front, speaking with these powerful concepts, recasting his people as the heroes in the Book of the West. Everything would change. All right. Another glorious. It was a big day, and we had to, interrupt the gathering today, Church of the West. It was a big day, really a national, historical day for the United States, the memorial for Charlie Kirk. And we had to interrupt and listen to a little bit of that, but it was worth it. Anti-whiteism ends with you saying it's already minor compared to Floyd. Good point. The only thing that they're consistent about is anti-white outcomes. Says anti-whiteism ends with you. 100%. First Last saying superficial hypocrisy, bedrock anti-white consistency. Yes, well put. Inoculating children from the earliest age is vital, says Positivity. Why would you leave your children vulnerable to anti-whiteism? You are so right. God bless you and thank you for that. First Last pointing out that the rebellious youth myth started by his mark in the 1960s. And that makes perfect sense. The anti-whites waging another, talking about blips, a huge blip for anti-whiteism in the United States at the time. It's normal for your kids to hate you and burn down Western civilization. So don't resist what we're doing, white race. This is not the topic of the stream, says Slots. Tag Jason if you want to change the topic. We've been gracious for a potential brother. Thank you, brother. The great Fournul is in the house. All right, folks. Be back on Wednesday. This coming Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And we're going to look at the news again then. We're going to look at Prometheus Rising and read a little bit from Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny, which I think is well received. I think people are receiving that well. We got another thing over here, another tag. Saying don't. I guess you're saying don't tolerate the naysayers. I appreciate that if that's what you're saying. All right. And daily, almost every single day, 2 p.m. on X, and I will retweet. Tree Godfather will retweet. Biospirit of the West will retweet. And these people are there, and they're sharing their views. And it's beautiful because they have fully imbibed Go Free. They are purveyors of the highest level at this point. And I listen in and I'm just amazed. I'm amazed at what they have to share. This is exactly how it needed to happen. And we planned for it to happen that way. And here it is. Champions to carry forward the torch of the West into this dark age. And as we carry it forward, like the Olympic torch, lighting other torches, the reclamation gets brighter and brighter. And the day of the recapture of our destiny is closer than you know. It's going to be, it's trite to say it's darkest before the dawn. I think for people like us, that's not necessarily true, because when you hoist the sun up on your shoulder and you raise it in the West, you know all of the magic, all of the mechanics, because of you. Millions and millions, uncountable, of our people will not only survive, they will thrive. God bless every single one of you heroes. I love you all. Let's go free.